Please come up to Gloria, come up to the podium. Hello, you're all welcome. Today is a great day when we are remembering our legendary, the pioneer who came up both in Uganda, but also on the African continent to declare openly that he was living with HIV, one of Uganda's most successful and talented musicians of the time. And he, pioneered leading this fight against stigma and discrimination. And we have champions like Gloria who are carrying on the extreme left. Gloria, sit on the extreme left, the next chair. Thank you. We have, champions like Gloria who are, carrying this fight. So thank you. We can have a small interlude as we wait for, I'm reserving mentioning the guests who are in the audience until one of our key, let me also invite the chair of this session, Mr. Esther Muhindo, who is the Undersecretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, to come up and take the chair here. Thank you, Mr. Muhindo, for coming. Yeah, please occupy this seat. Okay, so 1 or 2 minutes and then we will be starting.
Fide Bongo Lutaaya, probably one of the most talented musicians Uganda has ever produced. Lutaaya was good at many instruments and his singing skill hit the peak in the 1980s when he was unmatched. As a young musician, Lutaaya honed his skills in singing and playing instruments with the Crane Band in the 1970s. He later teamed up with musicians in Zaire, present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. In 1981, Lutaaya moved to Sweden to further his music career. Exposed to the latest recording technology there, Lutaaya ached living in Sweden as he worked to make a breakthrough. In 1986 and 1987, his hit song Born in Africa gave him what he had desired for a long time. At the time, President Yoweri Museveni had just shot his way to power and Uganda was in post-war recovery mode. People looked out for songs that could rekindle their hope. The deadly HIV/AIDS virus was quickly spreading and killing people. The toll was so high that in some districts like Rakai, which was the epicenter, hundreds of families were wiped out. President Museveni's national resistance.
Okay. You're all welcome to today's event. Your worship, the representative of the Chief Justice, the representative of the Honorable Minister, Haji Yunus Kakande, His Excellency, the head of mission of the US Embassy, the representative of the AIDS Development Partners, and the country representative for the Office of the Human Rights Commission, the representative of people living with HIV, the chair of this session, Mr. Esther Muhindo, distinguished guests, the UN country director, UNAIDS country director, the chairman, Uganda AIDS Commission, the family of the late Fide Bongo Lutaaya. We have the family of the late Philebongole Lutaaya. I request Tezra and colleagues to stand up just for the guests to see you. Yes, these are the children, and they are carrying on the legacy. Later on, you'll learn what they are doing and the efforts that they have done to ensure that the legacy is kept alive. The deputy DPP, who is representing the DPP. We have several other dignitaries who are here present. We have panelists. We have chairs of sessions. We have legends. We have people who worked, talked, and shared rooms and meals with the legendary Philebongole Lutaaya. We have Commissioner Aloysius Matovu Joy. We have legendary Moses Matovu, who is also the head of Africa Band. He's here in the back. You know, they are here to share memories of the times, what they were able to do, how this great man came out to, openly share his status when 40 years later, we still have a lot of difficulty, in people sharing the status of how they are living. We have Alex Mukulu. I don't know if he has arrived. Alex Mukulu, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We also received apologies from some of the legendaries who are out of the country. Apologies from Sami Kasule, from Frank Balira, from Benon Chibuka. They would have loved to be here. They follow this with a lot of interest, but they have not been able to come because of other commitments. We have an online audience. So far, we have 56 participants who have logged in, who are following us online. And also this event is being covered live on UBC and NTV. And at this moment, I would like to hand over to the chair of this session. But before I hand over, I will invite a representative of the Interreligious Council of Uganda to say a prayer, but that will be preceded by the anthem. So let's have the anthems played. Let's all stand up, have the anthems played, and then we shall have a prayer. have the prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for reflection and prayer. Let's close our eyes for a moment and try to reflect on the 1.4 million Ugandans living with HIV and those who have died of AIDS. Truthfully, that is the picture of HIV and AIDS today in our country. Today we pray and we remember and we resolve to respond with that picture of compassion, imagining a Uganda and a world free of the advance of HIV and AIDS. So let us pray. God of compassion, you are with us here and with all who are infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. You beckon us to be with the lonely, to touch and heal those who suffer from AIDS. Stay with us and strengthen us so we may listen and learn to live with passion and compassion. God of life, help us to find the cure now and help us to build a world in which no one dies alone and where everyone lives accepted, wanted, and loved. During this memorial event, let us use this day to remember those who died of AIDS and give hope to all who live with HIV. In the name of God, I pray. Amen.
Thank you. We can be seated. Now, I would like to remind ourselves about the standard operating procedures for COVID-19. We will all keep our masks on even as we speak. When you introduce yourself, you can momentarily lower the mask, put it back, and then you start speaking like I'm going to do. You can look at me now. My name is Dr. Nelson Musova. I'm the Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission, and I'm emceeing this event for today. Because of the numbers and the time left, we will not give opportunity for individual introductions at this time, but speakers will be introduced by the chairs. And when you ask a question or you're going to make a comment during the discussion, you can also introduce yourself. Let's also maintain social distancing. Leave a seat in between. We have enough space in the auditorium. So make sure that you have the minimum distance seated between members, and keep on, again, your mask. We have sanitizers around, and that should happen all the time on both entrances. There are places of conveniences. When you move through the ladies on my left-hand side, in that corner, and the gentlemen on my right-hand side are the places of convenience. I would now like to invite the chair of this session to take over, Mr. S.L. Muhindo. Thank you.
Thank you, MC, our chief guest, the representative of the Honorable Minister, dear guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhindo Ngene. I am the Under Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Affairs. I'll be taking you through as the chair for this first session. And as we have run out of time, I will not make many remarks, but my session will run as follows. We have had the anthem, we have prayed. Hereafter, we are going to have the welcome remarks and introduction of the File Lutaaya family, and this will be done by the chairperson of the Uganda AIDS Commission. Thereafter, we shall have remarks by the Lutaaya family. I will tell you who will do it. Then after that, we shall have remarks by the National Forum of People Living with HIV and AIDS Network in Uganda. After that, we shall have the chairperson AIDS Development Partners giving remarks. Then the charge d'affaires of the US government. Then when we finish that, we shall have an interlude, and I'll be telling you thereafter what follows. But I want to emphasize also, as the MC has said, let's keep social distance. And let's all have our masks on. In fact, I've just been reminded that I'm putting it on wrongly. It is supposed to cover the nose as you speak and continue to interact. So, chief guest, allow me to invite the chairperson of the Uganda AIDS Commission to come and give the welcome remarks, and at the same time, you'll be introducing to us the family of Lutaaya. Chairperson, Uganda AIDS Commission. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, chairperson of the session. Our chief guest, Chief Registrar Sir Langi, Her Worship Sir Langi, representing the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, His Worship Honorable Alphonse Winnie Doro. Most welcome. The Minister of the Presidency, represented by the Secretary, Office of the Presidents, Mr. Haji. The Chairperson of HIV Committee in Parliament, the Chair AIDS Development Partners, the Head of Mission, US Government, the UNAIDS Country Director, representatives of the family of File Lutaaya, representative of Interreligious Council of Uganda, the Chairperson Nofofanu, representatives of young people living with HIV, the Director General and staff of Uganda AIDS Commission, media fraternity, all invited guests, both virtual and here present, all protocol observed. I welcome all of you to this important event when we remember and celebrate the life of a great man, File Bongole Lutaaya. Not only was he a great musician, but also a man who was selfless enough to give HIV/AIDS a face when he openly declared that he had HIV/AIDS at a time when it was considered witchcraft. He pioneered the fight against stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV and set the foundation that led to Uganda's success in the fight against HIV/AIDS. I would like to introduce his family here present. Tesla Lutaaya, can stand up for recognition. Mugaga Lutaaya, and Kenneth Mulondo, a friend of the family. The children have not left the memory of their father to die, but in 2014 formed Fida Lutaaya Cares, a community-based organization located in Gomba, aimed at skilling vulnerable young people. The COVID-19 pandemic caused disruptions in public transport, delivery of HIV services, and adherence to treatment. Our theme, therefore, for today, focuses on access to HIV services during the COVID-19 pandemic. And many of the discussions and speeches today will focus on that theme. It is the mandate of Uganda AIDS Commission to coordinate all stakeholders for such an opportunity and appreciate the magnitude of the situation and come up with recommendations that we can implement to support people living with HIV/AIDS. In addition to identifying the game changers that will help us to achieve the goal of enabling AIDS, of ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. I take this opportunity to thank you, our chief guest, for honoring our invitation. I appreciate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for championing the fight against HIV/AIDS and now COVID-19 pandemic. Special appreciation to our development partners and all of you stakeholders for your contribution in the fight against HIV/AIDS. Let us maintain the momentum. It is now my pleasure to invite Tesla Lutaaya, a daughter of the late Fide Bongole Lutaaya, to give her remarks on behalf of the family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the wonderful introduction. Guest of honor, Uganda AIDS Commission, all stakeholders and AIDS development partners, all dignitaries, all our friends living with HIV, all members present, and those watching us on all media platforms, all protocol observed. Sorry, apologies. The mask is a bit hard to speak from. Every year across the world, we come across brave souls. Some are living among us. Some pass and leave this world after making their mark. In 1989, we lost such a brave soul who happened to be my late father, Phili Bongole Lutaaya. To the world, he was an entertainer, a talented musician turned activist. He was a friend, a son, a brother, and a lot more to all different kinds of people. To me, he was not only a father, but the best father one could ever have. He was determined, he was strong-willed, and relentless in pursuing the best for us in a foreign land where he had nothing to rely on but the faith in humankind and his own will. As a single father, he left 3 young children, At that time, we were 13, 12, and 8. But nevertheless, he remains my hero to date. Before he left us, he set in motion an aggressive HIV/AIDS campaign. And he was a proud man, but he didn't let this and his HIV status stop him from doing what he thought was the best for him to do for his country and his fellow Ugandans. His bold and brave fight to become a voice for the voiceless has no doubt been taken over and continued by all of our wonderful friends living with HIV, and we thank you for that. It's also been taken over by various ambassadors in Uganda and across the whole world. These are his words right before he died. My work here is done, but many years after I'm gone, people will continue the fight. The end is not in sight. By saying this, I think he meant, by saying the end is not in sight, I think he meant that we still have a long way to go. And for me personally, I think today, 30 years on, the end is really in sight. Why do I say this? It's been more than 30 years, and I think we're still struggling to fight stigma, something that we as children went through, and he himself, obviously, before he got the courage to disclose to us, family, and the world. So stigma is still a big problem, which is hindering our fight, and we need to find ways of tackling it. Because today we have seamless information and access to many interventions all across Uganda and the world. So I think we need to continue to have dialogue, especially with the young people living with HIV, because they have a lot to say and to share to help us in this fight. They are very important in so many perspectives. And also, this is a very crucial stage in Uganda's battling AIDS, as we want to end AIDS in 2030. This is a very crucial stage in that fight. We have a young Uganda, and many of the young adults under 30 were born with HIV. These are vibrant, smart, innovative individuals that are very useful to Uganda and the world. But unfortunately, many of them are not able to live their full potential because of living under the shadow of stigma. It is our responsibility to fight to include these young people and create a world where they can openly, where they can live and share their status openly without feeling as outcasts. So please continue to support and empower the young positives. I emphasize young because yes, Uganda is young and these people are our future. That is why I'm emphasizing young, young, young everywhere. And unlike when my father came out, today we have all the tools we need to defeat HIV. So I urge all citizens, not only the people living positively, but all citizens to take responsibility and do your part. What is your part? Your part is to get tested. And if you get tested and you find out that you are positive, please utilize all the tools that have been put to us by the government. They've done a great job. So please use these tools and get started on medication. And you'll find that once you're started on medication, you can live a full and meaningful and productive life. We can no longer blame anyone but ourselves at this stage. We cannot blame anybody because everything is at our disposal. So everyone should take responsibility and seek help if you need it. Because I think my father would have been alive today if he had all these interventions that are availed to us. So let us please learn from the past and gear up for a better future without HIV. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping his candle burning. And thanks to all those who continue to live positively despite all the hardships that you go through. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tesla, for that wonderful lecture that you've given and trying to remember your dad. Chief guests and colleagues, you remember that for these children, the memories they live are not the memories we actually live. For example, when their father declared that he was HIV positive, there was a lot of stigma. But Tesla has reminded us that we should continue to support the young positives, But also she has reminded us to say that as citizens, we should be responsible and do our part, including testing. And for today, let's do our part. By that time, it was HIV and AIDS. Many other diseases have come. We have the COVID. That's why we are poorly dressed today. Yeah, everybody has a mask, some are uncomfortable and otherwise. Bearing the theme of today, as our chairman reminded us, access to HIV services during COVID-19 pandemic. Tesla has reminded us that we do our part and test. They support the young positives, but everybody should do his or her part and test. Bearing her remarks in mind, allow me to invite the National Forum for People Living with HIV AIDS Network in Uganda, a representative from the young persons living with HIV, Gloria Nwanyanga. Can you come and give your remarks?
Thank you so much. Good morning. All protocol observed. My name is Nawanyaga Gloria. I am an HIV advocate and a young person living with HIV. I am also a beauty queen, as you see the crown, and I'm also a lawyer in the making. Thank you so much. I know this mask is a little bit inconveniencing, but I'm going to put it down since I'm social distancing. Hope it's okay. As a young person living with HIV and a young woman, an advocate and a lawyer in the making, celebrating 30 years of us losing a pioneer, a grandfather of advocacy is really breathtaking. Because if it wasn't him, I would not be here. If it wasn't him coming up and living alone in that time of fear, in that time of ignorance where people didn't know about HIV, in that time of, can I say, disaster, because everyone thought that having HIV is the end of life. And everyone thought that having HIV, you are already dead, you don't have life. And someone coming up and saying that, hey, I'm having HIV. I think that was the most thing I've ever seen in my life. And because of that, I'm standing here today as a young person and also declaring that, hey, we are also still there and we are still in the fight, and we hope that we will make it. And we still believe that we will achieve our agenda of 2030 and ending AIDS by 2030. Um, I've been in the struggle of advocacy in the past 4 years, and truth be told, it's not been easy. Stigma is still real. I've been a victim of stigma in very many instances, and just to share the latest one, I'm still at campus, as I said. I'm a lawyer in the making, and hopefully I'll be graduating this year. I was supposed to be graduating in July, but because of this COVID thing, I couldn't. But one day I was at campus, and of course, I'm living a public life. I shared my status with everyone because I'm an HIV representative of young people, and also I'm an advocate. So everyone at school knew about my status. So it happened that I had to attend a lecture. And when I went there are these girls, you know how campus girls can be sometimes. So I think they had their thing and I didn't know. So when I was passing via them, they said, look at HIV walking. I heard them, but I think they thought that I didn't hear them. It hurt me, of course, as a person, but in my mind, I was like, in this era where people are educated, in this time where we think that, we have modernization, people still think that HIV is death. People still think that having HIV is a crime. It is such a pity that people still think that having HIV is the end of life and having HIV is a crime. And we are here today to show the world that we are people living with HIV and we have our rights and we are no different from anyone else. So let's stop the stigma. And it's our role, all of us, not only young people living with HIV, not only the as duty bearers, not only the stakeholders, but everyone has a role to play in fighting stigma and discrimination. For me, I believe that it's not the AIDS that is killing us, but it is the stigma that is killing us. And when we end this stigma, we will end AIDS. But how are we going to end stigma? This is a question that's forwarding to every one of us. I thanked Ezra. She said that it's everyone's responsibility. Ending AIDS and ending stigma, it's going to start with all of us. And I already said that change starts with me. And if change starts with me, that means change should also start with you. So it's your role, who is seated there, whoever is seated there, whoever is watching us, to see that there is change, to see that we have a free stigma generation, to see that we have a generation free from HIV. It is our role. And no one is going to, we have this thing of, it's not my responsibility, it's the government's responsibility. Who is the government? You are the government. I am the government. So let's work hand in hand with the duty bearers. Let's work hand in hand with the stakeholders to see that we end AIDS. Supporting young people living with HIV. I applaud Tezra for talking about supporting us as young people. We as young people living with HIV in this era, as I have explained earlier, of still having stigma among us, we're still having a very big challenge of being supported. I personally, I won't be ashamed of saying this. I've been tried to put down very many times because of my status and because of my vulnerability as a young person. And moreover, the people that are supposed to support us are the people who see us as a threat. And on that, I would like to thank Dr. Nelson, Dr. Nelson, General Director. Thank you so much, because he's one of the people, his big title, he has a very big title in the Uganda AIDS Commission, but he's very down to earth. He loves young people. When you reach out to him, he responds as quick as possible. And thank you so much. And I wish that all people be like him. I wish all big people, when we come to your offices, don't see us as baby advocates. We know what we are talking about because we go through it and we know how it feels. We know. So please don't push us away. Support us in all ways. Support us whenever we come to you. Don't see us as threats. Don't see us as, as I said, baby advocates. You don't know anything. That's the feeling they give us, that for you, you're still young, you don't know anything. Yet we know what we are talking about. So please support us. Talking about support, there are very many challenges affecting us as young people living with HIV. And I can say some of those challenges is lack of empowerment by us. And what do I mean by saying lack of empowerment? We believe that we should have people we look up to. As I gave an example of Dr. Nelson. But there's some people who we expect empowerment, who we expect to get empowerment from, and they're not really empowering us. And by that I mean economic empowerment, emotional support, and psychosocial support. I have my own projects. I didn't talk about them earlier, and I am the founder of the Y Plus Music Band, as you see the t-shirt that I'm putting on. And basically it's a band for young people living with HIV, both affected and infected with HIV, and we use our talents. But I can say that I've reached out to very many people, and most of them would be like, oh yeah, we'll help you, blah, blah, blah. And it just ends like that. When they've not given us a clear picture on how they're going to help us, or giving us a hand that, yeah, I'm going to push you further. And this has really affected me. And the fact that Philip Bongole Lutaaya used his talent, I believe that talent speaks. I believe that we also as young people, we have talent and we can share it with our world through advocacy, through educating people. But it's such a shame that whenever we reach out to people who we think that can embrace our ideas, the people that they're disappointing us. So my urge to everyone, please support us. Talking further about my band, we have a very vibrant team of young people in my band. And they're very, very excited to know that I'm representing them. And we really have very nice songs, advocacy songs. You can always reach out to, you can go on YouTube or our pages and follow us. And on top of that, I also carried some CDs for our music. And basically, I talked about support. When I reached out to people, big people in big offices, and they failed to help, I was like, I can come up with something that can help in fundraising. And most of the money that we fundraise, we go and support fellow young people living with HIV in rural areas. Because I found out that it's not, there are very many challenges that are affecting us as young people, and it's not all about ARVs. We are so grateful to the government that they have provided ARVs, but what is next after ARVs? We still have very many challenges that are affecting us as young people, and these challenges are limiting us to take drugs, and some of those challenges are education. I personally lost my father when I had just started campus, and losing my father meant a lot because he was the one who was giving my tuition. And it was really so hard for me at that time because I had to get a job and had to hustle as I'm in law school. It wasn't really easy for me. And I also reached out to these young people in rural areas. It was really very hard for them. Some of them lost their parents, they're not studying. And I was like, no, I can do something. I can do something to help these young people. And I went to studio, I put in my money, I recorded songs, and I'm fundraising to go and support these young people. Because I believe if we educate young people, HIV will end. Because they'll be empowered, they'll know how to prevent themselves, they'll know how to protect other people. And also, supporting young people is, as I said earlier, is not only giving us ARVs. We really need a lot of things that can help us to see that we achieve our goal of 2030, and to see that we'll be able to also be up there in the HIV response. But what do I mean by this? What I mean by this is giving us opportunities. I'm so grateful to the Uganda AIDS Commission for giving me this platform. And I'm glad that I'm here to say that we really need these platforms to share our experiences and to share our challenges. Talking about the challenges that we faced during COVID-19. I can say that I think during those days of Philip Bongo Lutaaya, by the time he disclosed, it was like COVID-19, whereby whenever people would hear about HIV, everyone would just scatter, everyone would just be very scared. And us being HIV positive, it made us more vulnerable to COVID-19. And it is such a pity that most young people lacked information about COVID-19 and how it's going to affect them as young people living with HIV. And this is a big challenge, because even up to now, people are still ignorant. Young people are still ignorant. They don't know about HIV, about how their vulnerability is going to, having HIV, sorry, I beg your pardon, how HIV is going to be able to, sorry, I beg your pardon again. I was still talking about how COVID-19 affected us as young people living with HIV, and I was still addressing over the ignorance of young people about COVID-19 and how they are not aware that COVID-19 is a very dangerous disease and they should protect themselves from it. Secondly, I also want to talk about access to medical care. Young people during COVID-19 lockdown faced a lot of challenges in accessing medical care. And you find out that these young people reached out to me and were telling me, Gloria, how can we access ARVs? And it was really a big challenge because they could not go to health centers because they could not, the transport was locked. So this was a very big challenge because we could not access our medication and we could not access our ARVs. And also another challenge, we had mental health challenges as young people living with HIV during this pandemic. And this has also affected us in a way that some people, of course, when they have mental challenges, they cannot be able to take their drugs very well. And I talked about economic empowerment earlier on. Some people during lockdown, they lost their jobs, and I can say that I'm also part of it, but it was of a great advantage that after losing my job, I had to be very innovative and very creative. And I started my own initiative of the Y+ Music Band and the Young Postils Foundation, where we help young people to get basic needs, young people living with HIV to get basic needs. And also we lacked privacy. There was a lack of privacy and confidentiality during the lockdown period, whereby, of course, there were a lot of protocols of accessing ARVs, where you had to go to the different, leaders, local leaders to get ARVs. And it was really, really very hurting and very challenging. So my call to action, we are all here, as I said earlier, and it's our responsibility as young people and all duty stake bearers to see that we end AIDS by 2030. But what you should know is there is still a lot to do. Yes, we thank the government that they've done a lot, but there is still more to be done. So I call upon everyone to come up and support us, as I said earlier in the morning, and support us in everything that we do. Please support us, and it is your responsibility. I already said that HIV should end with me and ends with me. So all young people living with HIV out there, you should always be cautious. Whenever you go into this, let me say, can I say weird acts, make it a point that HIV ends with you. Please protect yourselves and protect others. To all the young people out there living negatively with HIV, please protect yourself. Tezra talked about testing. There are very many people out there who don't know their HIV status. And I call upon everyone to know their HIV status. Please test. And when you test and you find out that you're HIV positive, please take your treatment, adhere well to your treatment. And when you adhere, make it a point to suppress, because that is our goal of viral suppression. Thank you so much. I remain Anawanyaga Gloria, and I believe that HIV does not define me, and HIV should not define anyone out there with HIV. Thank you. And already support us. These are 25,000, but you can always, if you want, you can, give us any amount or any amount that you feel. And we are fundraising to support our fellow young people in rural areas with tuition and basic needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you for that.
I also have stickers. Yes. Sorry, the chairman, but I also have stickers and they're for sale. And all these, I'm selling them to see that I fundraise for my fellow young people in rural areas and support them with tuition and scholastic materials. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Gloria. Thank you, Gloria, for that, that wonderful lecture to us. I summarized her talk. She has said, HIV and AIDS is not a death sentence. That's what she has said. So don't stigmatize anybody. But I remember Tezra said, if her father lived today, he wouldn't have died. And Gloria has said, she is living because Lutaaya came up the way he actually did. Colleagues, let's take note of all this. And she has said, let HIV and AIDS end with you and me. These are important messages she has actually given. Colleagues, we are running us out of time. Allow me to invite the chairperson of AIDS Development Partners, is the country representative of the UN Human Rights. This is Mr. Robert Hachani. Sir, the floor is yours.
The guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It gives me great pleasure to join in the public memorial event for a great man of the land, Phil Lutaaya. Lutaaya is an inspiration to the AIDS-affected communities and response partners because he courageously demonstrated that behavior change is an unmatched vaccine to reducing HIV infections. His zeal and determination are a clear illustration of the role that men and boys, and indeed all of us as a collective, can play in halting the HIV epidemic and beginning to reverse the trends fast enough to attain epidemic control. In a country where 1 in every 5 persons aged 15 plus years is living with HIV, still 5 in 10 feel guilty and embarrassed at an HIV positive diagnosis. Close to 8 women experience violence by age of 24, and 4 of these experience sexual violence. Yet, 3 in every 10 sexually active men and women of age 50 report having used condom at their last sexual encounter with a non-marital, non-cohabiting sexual partner. The right prescription is behaviors change. Agreeing with everybody here and those watching us, the right man to emulate, therefore, is indeed the hero of today, Philip Lutaaya. It is such bold actions, courage, and determination that will sustain the gains Uganda has made in HIV prevention and the treatment over the past years. Sustaining all the 1.4 million adults and children currently living with HIV in the spirit of leaving no one behind demands that the country significantly reduces the rate of new infections. The estimate of yearly 51,000 new infections is still very high, and we must do something against that. As a country, we have sufficient knowledge of what should be done to achieve this aspiration. For instance, a deliberate focus to stop new infections among adolescents and young people aged between 15 and 24 today promises a generation that is HIV-free by 2030. A clear idea that runs in my mind, and indeed in the ideas of many development partners, is that is the plan for keeping alight the torch that Philip Lutaaya passed on to us as advocates for behavior change. It is possible that this is turned in, is it possible that this is turned into a national campaign as opposed to a singular event later in the calendar? This is food for thought. The pros and cons can be enlisted, but the obvious added value is the sustained dialogue and engagement of the men and women living positively with HIV as champions of change, while reaching out to young people with accurate information on available services and technologies for preventing new infections, and specifically to women, girls, and other generally marginalized or vulnerable people who are at a higher risk of new HIV infections. When the campaign and information on available services and how they can be accessed is regular, outbreaks like COVID-19 pandemic will not disarm us nor send us into panic the way we just experienced over the past few months. Rather, such emergency response teams will ride in our trails to reach the most vulnerable and those at high risk. This is not an imagination. We all saw what communities of people living with HIV did during the early days of the epidemic. They had practical solutions to all challenges facing their peers, ranging from sacrifice to applying advanced technologies to the relief of their communities and family members. And these are great lessons for all of us. The emergence of mobile applications, which acted as tool for community mobilization and awareness, referral to different services, order and delivery of for HIV commodities and medicines for OIs should be brought to scale. The interactive nature of these applications that we saw emerge during COVID-19 early days demonstrated that there is still potential out there untapped. The ease with which institutions have managed to communicate with far and wide audiences through technologies like Zoom and others that save so much time and other resources should not be dropped, because people living with HIV and people are at increased risk of HIV need information in a timely manner. I will add, need accurate information in a timely manner. Sustain such mechanisms and platforms that have aided us during COVID-19 times to keep afloat with our work. Our collective observation is that HIV community have been more efficient, and practical in responding to real issues, albeit with resource constraints, during the COVID-19 times. More Philly Lutaaya alikes emerged. And on behalf of the ADPG community, we salute you. There was more commitment among people living with HIV at individual and community levels that must be acknowledged. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. As the country enters a new development cycle, dedicated resources for HIV standalone response have decimated. This should, however, not discourage anybody, but rather serve as the stepping stone to devise innovative ways to attract the necessary investments in tackling the drivers of HIV. Strategies that deliver combination interventions must be prioritized. Behavior change programs targeting young people and population at risk of new infections must be launched and sustained long enough to facilitate the desired change. One-off communication programs will not lead us to the end of AIDS fast enough. Better accountability frameworks must be instituted and operationalized. And the government of Uganda should commit to sustain the gains achieved over the years. And last, but by no way least, we all must always strive to ensure no one is left behind in our collective effort to prevent and fight HIV in this lovely country. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Robert, for that educative lecture. The UN has been one of the biggest partners in the advocacy to fight HIV/AIDS. And we are glad he's here with us. And thank you for the information passed on to us. In summary, as said, courage and determination will sustain Uganda's gains in the fight against HIV and AIDS. If Lutaaya didn't have the courage, we wouldn't be here. So courage and determination will sustain Uganda's gains, which are far actually in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Having heard from our partner, allow me to invite the Charge d'Affaires of the US government, Mr. Your Excellency Christopher, to give his remarks. You are welcome, Your Excellency Christopher.
Thank you, Chair. Senior government officials, Chairman of the Uganda AIDS Commission, my colleagues from the UN and other HIV and health development partners, family members of Philly Lutaaya, civil society representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm really excited to be back here for the second annual Philly Lutaaya Public Memorial Lecture. And I'm so glad that the Uganda AIDS Commission was able to make this important event safely happen, despite the current COVID-19 pandemic. A lot has transpired over the past year, and much of it has had a critical impact on the important work that we all do on HIV. However, despite the challenges presented by COVID, this time has also provided opportunities for creativity and innovation, reminiscent of the grassroots activism and advocacy pioneered by Philly Lutaaya himself during the early days of HIV and AIDS. That approach and the strategies that emerged from it worked then, and they still work today. Philly Lutaaya's legacy of strength, bravery, and honesty couldn't be more timely than it is right now. Before Philly Lutaaya died, he spoke about HIV candidly, powerfully, and fearlessly, breaking the barriers of stigma, discrimination, and fear. Through his music and his openness, he brought humanity to a disease that was relentless and that was shadowed in shame, and he provided the opportunity to promote prevention while opening the doors for acceptance, disclosure, compassion, and support. At the end of this past June, our data shows that 84% of HIV positive individuals in Uganda are diagnosed. 84% of those people are on antiretroviral treatment, and 62% of those people who are on ART are virally suppressed. This represents remarkable progress that demonstrates that many people living with HIV are able to access services, achieve viral suppression, and lead healthy lives, though we still have some way to go to achieve the UN AIDS targets of 95, 95, 95. Throughout this period of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've made progress in some areas, and we've suffered setbacks in others. We have regained some of the lost ground, though, and as I will discuss, many community-based programs were paused or had to be redesigned. More than 30 years into this HIV fight, stigma, discrimination, and non-disclosure remain key challenges, particularly for community drug distribution. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, these challenges have been heightened. The United States government, through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, has responded to these challenges by expanding client-centered interventions through village health teams, expert clients, peer networks, mentor mothers, and others. By scaling up social network strategies among adolescents and young adults, the identification of HIV positive cases and their subsequent treatment initiation has increased. In addition to the familiar grassroots tactics, we've also turned to technology to beat the challenges posed by COVID-19. The lockdown and travel restrictions instituted by the government created gaps in treatment coverage for children and adolescents as they struggled to find a way to get to their appointments. We pivoted by finding ways to utilize technological platforms to expand options for providing client-centered services closer to patients and communities. PEPFAR began utilizing WhatsApp appointment reminders, virtual site visits, virtual intensive adherence counseling, and the use of several social media platforms to ensure continued support to clients receiving treatment while tracking those lost to follow-up. The suspension of public transportation resulted in limited access to facility-based services, including HIV treatment and testing, viral load testing services, and early infant diagnosis services. Collectively, the HIV stakeholder community rallied together and deployed new methods to increase community-based ARV refills with integrated viral load testing, scaled up multiple month ARV refills so that patients could receive 3 or 6 month refills, and introduced home-based early infant diagnosis services. While many community-based prevention programs had to be paused, we supported innovative approaches to offer pre-exposure prophylaxis through community outreach, as well as HIV prevention programs for adolescent girls and young women. We've also supported efforts to ensure the continuity of other vital health services, such as for tuberculosis, malaria, vaccinations, and maternal and child health services. With the end of the COVID-19 global pandemic, still presumably some ways off, but hopefully we'll get there soon, PEPFAR supported implementing partners are actively tracking clients and will continue to need support from networks of people living with HIV and linkage facilitators to identify clients who are falling between the cracks and to develop innovative ways to reach them. Advocacy, activism, being a government watchdog, and acting as a community caretaker, all activities that Philly Lutaaya pioneered in Uganda, have been and remain critical to the HIV/AIDS response. Efforts such as these will continue to raise awareness of challenges in HIV prevention and treatment services, and will help us in COP20 as we continue to develop and implement intensive catch-up strategies to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. And as Uganda enters a stressful and tension-filled period in the run-up to national elections early next year, the need for such efforts will become even more important. If ordinary people feel ostracized or unable to access services as a result of overreach by members of the security services in a misguided response to citizen activism and engagement by watchdog groups that embody the spirit of Philly's legacy, So I would call upon all of us here, particularly those of you in government, to ensure that that does not happen. Although Philly did not live to see the availability of a successful HIV treatment, it was his voice that helped suppress the HIV stigma and increase compassion and awareness. The awareness he created shifted perceptions and established an environment for treatment to be quickly and widely implemented and utilized once available here in Uganda. Uganda has made tremendous strides in the fight against HIV despite the roadblocks along the way. We're in the final stretch as Uganda approaches epidemic control and continues to strive toward the ultimate goal of ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. With this in mind, we must now, more than ever, employ the incredible legacy of Philly Lutaaya to fight roadblocks like continued stigma, COVID-19, and any others that may come our way. Philly didn't let seemingly insurmountable roadblocks like these stifle his efforts, his voice, or his music. So in the words of Philly Lutaaya, let's take a stand and fight on to the end with open hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Christopher, for that wonderful lecture given to us. Chief guests and dear colleagues, these are our partners who are supporting us in the fight against HIV and AIDS. He has said, let's all endeavor to break the barriers of stigma. Gloria has been here. She says, even in her capacity, she has been stigmatized. And we are told, Mr. Stephen has told us that courage and determination will sustain Uganda's gains in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The disease has come to us, but we are saying, can it end with you and me? I once again want to thank Uganda AIDS Commission for all this organization, and especially the executive director, Dr. Msoba, for what she has done, what he has done in organizing such and getting to every other part of the country to ensure that the message sinks. In organizing even this event today, I think Uganda AIDS Commission is recruiting all of us as advocates in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Chief guests and dear colleagues, I want to thank all of you for coming. And personally also, as an advocate in the fight against HIV and AIDS, let's all accept that wherever we go, we shall carry the message. Recently, I was supposed to go to State House in July. And you know, when you have to go to State House, you are supposed to test against COVID. I went and tested. I came home, I was panicking, and I told my children, I have gone for testing, and I'm waiting for results. I was seated with my 12-year-old girl. She got up when I said I had gone to test, because she saw that everybody testing is the real suspect and may have it. She stigmatized me in a way. And this is what happened with those living with AIDS, HIV and AIDS. So Lutaaya coming up with the courage. She has encouraged very many, including Gloria, to live up now. Chief guest, I want to thank you for coming and accepting our partners. My time as chair has ended. Allow me to invite, to hand over back to the master of ceremony to take us through the next session. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Muhindo. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhindo, for ably guiding this first session. I would like to take the opportunity to invite the chair of the next session, Professor Rhoda Wanyenze. Professor, please come up. Professor Rhoda Wanyenze is the Dean of the Makerere University School of Public Health. She's also a member of the board of Uganda AIDS Commission. She's one of Uganda's accomplished scientists. She has made publications. She sits on several boards and chairs others. She's a member of the scientific committee of the COVID-19 task force. And we are very privileged that you can find time to come and chair this session. We've moved the edutainment interlude to come after the opening ceremony and the keynote. I now hand over to you, Professor Oda.
Thank you, Director General. Our chief guest, the family of the late Phile Lutaaya, all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's exciting to have this day for me, because for me, it's not just a story. I saw the late when he came to Makerere University to tell us about his status. That was 1989 when I was a first-year medical student. And I must say that his was the first most powerful message that I had about HIV and HIV prevention. At a time when we were hearing so many stories and rumors, and as very young students getting into university, we didn't believe it was real. So his message was really timely, and it really changed the course for many of us in a positive way. So Tezra, your dad did a great job for many of us. Thank you. Now, we talk about COVID, and we are going virtually through the same cycle. There are people out there who say it doesn't exist. It's a creation of some people that want to make money. So we now have so many stories. And then the stigma, it's virtually the same. So it's just one cycle from one disease to the other. But just in case you're seated there or you're listening to us and wondering, what's this whole stigma and discrimination thing? And those people who discriminate others must be terrible people, and you're not one of them. Just think about this, that the root of this stigma and discrimination is because we are different. We are different in many ways. Just look around you now. We all have masks, but maybe we don't have too many other things common to us. We are so different. And these differences are actually powerful because we complement each other. We come with unique talents and many things. So the differences amongst us are actually so important to making this world better, because each of us has a unique contribution to make. It also gives us an opportunity to help others who might be more disadvantaged than us. But sometimes these differences become a problem when we perceive those who are different from us as being inferior, as being a problem. Those differences being perceived as a crime. It might be because of disease like HIV today or COVID. It might be because of someone's height. It might be someone's color. It might be someone's tribe. Have you ever looked at someone and felt negative simply because they are different from you? And sometimes followed it up with an action to make them feel bad, different, bring them down. If you have, like it happens to many of us, that is it. That's where stigma starts. So please listen carefully to the next session. You might pick something to help you. I'm one of those. Sometimes you meet people who are different and you feel like, oh, but they are not behaving well. So sometimes it comes in a manner that you think is okay. It's very subtle, but we make others feel bad. We make others feel, like they're criminals simply because they have an illness. And we all have to work together to be able to change that. So please pay attention as we go through these sessions. Don't say, that's not for me, that's for you, that's for me, that's for everybody, so that we can work together to make this world safer and better for all of us. So careful as we listen to the next sessions, our chief guest with a message for us, and then we will have a panel discussion of distinguished experts and people with a lot of experience in HIV/AIDS. They have a message for us. And then we will have the artists. We are not losing that, as the MC said. We have that coming as well. I know it's a Saturday, but keep with us. And for those who are watching, please keep around and don't miss that message. With that, I would like to invite our next speaker, who is the representative of the Minister for the Presidency, the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the President, Haj Yunus Kakande, to come and speak to us. And also thereafter, invite our chief guest and keynote speaker to speak to us. Thank you.
If you will allow me to speak when my mask is down. Our chief guest, representing the Chief Justice of Uganda, Her Worship, Madam Sarah Lang, the Chair, Uganda AIDS Development Partners, UNAIDS Country Director, Chairperson HIV Committee of Parliament, representatives of Interreligious Council of Uganda, representatives of cultural leaders, Chairperson of NAFOM, Executive Director Onyapa, Civil Society Organization President, the family of the late File Bongole Lutaaya, Board Chair, Uganda AIDS Commission, Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission, Professor Anyenze, the Dean of the Medical School, Makerere University, the representative of the Director of Public Prosecution, who is here, all countrymen and women. First of all, I'm here in my own capacity as the Permanent Secretary of the President, and at the same time, representing the Minister for Presidency, who happens not to be around today because of other assignments. Before I go to speak, I also want to make my small contribution towards this day by recognizing this gentleman, the late Philip Lutaaya. Personally, I came to know Lutaaya in 1969, 70. When I was a young man, I was 10 years, and I fruit in one of the nightclubs in Kampala. I think it was New Life at that time in Mengo. And I met him there. Then I saw him again in 1978. We were at what we used to call International Hotel, which is now Sheraton Hotel. I was by then also a young man in high school. And I attended some of his shows. Some were what we used to call Sunday feasts at that hotel. And he had new compositions, which I still remember. One of them was Diana, another one was Museveni, which he later reproduced in 1988. So Lutaaya was, in terms of music, I think, his contemporaries I've seen Matovu here and Mukuru, they know that he was one of the most of the best Ugandans in terms of composition and singing. So later on, again met him in 1988. By then I had finished the university. He had a show at Rugogo, I think it was 1987. He had just come back from Sweden. Then later on, he came back in the preceding year, and then he declared that he was HIV positive. All of us at that time, we couldn't believe it, because at that time, he did not show signs of being sick. People said that he was lying. But when he went back to Sweden and then come back, that's when we realized that this gentleman was sick. And at that time, by the way, Ugandans were still doubting whether AIDS was real. Some were calling it, as the other speakers said, witchcraft. So this time people got confused, and when he was brought, he was taken straight to Zambia hospital. So that courage of declaring that he was HIV positive, it was unheard in this country, and people were not accepting it. And the first group of people we had in this country who had that disease, people rejected them. Some would enter in a taxi and other people, just get out and leave you alone. So it was terrible at that time for people who got sick at that time, because there was no medicine. There was nothing. You could find somebody emaciated. So Philly coming out and telling the entire country that I'm sick at that time, it was not easy. So I really want to say that he was a hero, and he's still a hero to that effect. Having said that, I want to start with the message from my Minister for Presidency, Honorable Esther Mbayo Mbura Kubuza. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to this year's Fere Lutaaya Memorial Lecture. It is easy to die and be forgotten, especially when one never did anything selfless of their community or country. This is not the case with Fere Lutaaya. He was a great musician, father, son, brother, friend, but most of all, he was a man whose heart was with his country, as evidenced by his songs such as Born in Africa and Ngenda Waffe Kampala, among others. It is 30 years now since his death, but we still remember him. This is because he laid the foundation of our successful HIV response. Phile stepped out of his comfort zone when he declared that he had HIV/AIDS. It was not an easy thing at that time because many people thought that it was witchcraft. Any person who had HIV was considered cursed. There was a lot of fear among the general population because HIV/AIDS was indeed a death sentence with little access to medication. Stigma and discrimination of those who were infected was very high, with people refusing to have the same space, for example, sharing a plate or a cup with someone who was infected by HIV. Even health workers exhibited a negative attitude towards anyone who was infected by HIV. Fred Lutaaya gave HIV/AIDS a face and helped through his music to educate the population about the HIV/AIDS and how to prevent it. He also pioneered the fight against stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV/AIDS. His actions laid a foundation, then many networks of people living with HIV, such as TASO, which has contributed tremendously to the lives of the people living with HIV. While Uganda has made significant progress in reducing HIV incidence, the number of infections, prevalence, the total number of infections, and AIDS-related diseases, stigma, and discrimination of people living with HIV remains a significant barrier in Uganda's fight against HIV/AIDS. There have been complaints that COVID-19 pandemic has negatively affected our fight against HIV and AIDS. There were reports of people living with HIV having challenges like accessing food during COVID-19 lockdown period, which then affected their adherence to the antiretroviral therapy. We know that disruption is taking HIV medicines if affects viral suppression, which may lead to increased HIV infections and ultimately death. On a positive note, as a result of the temporary lockdown and disruptions in the public transport, many community-level structures for HIV services, such as community-based drug distribution mechanisms, proved very helpful. This, therefore, has shown that we need to make targeted investments into and strengthen community systems. While voluntarism is good and helped save lives during this period, we cannot solely rely on it to run such vital community services. Both government and our partners should redirect our resources to make sure that human resources, office space, transport, and tools for data management are made available to strengthen the services. If we are to end HIV/AIDS by 2030, we need to exhibit the same spirit of File Lutaaya. We need to get out of our comfort zones, especially now that we are dealing with the two pandemics, HIV and COVID-19. On any individual level, we need to test for HIV with our partners and together, irrespective of results, decide to prevent HIV. Deliberate efforts must be made to reach the men and those who are most at risk of getting infected with HIV in order to reduce the high prevalence. Religious and cultural institutions should continue to work towards ending stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV. In addition, those institutions must work towards addressing negative norms that drive HIV infections. An example of a negative device that contributes to HIV spread is early marriage and gender-based violence. Studies have found out that gender-based violence increases the risk of getting HIV infected in women by 3 to 4 times. The media needs to report accurately and responsibly to avoid propagating stigma and discrimination of people living with HIV. The media also needs to hold both duty bearers and right holders accountable for their actions. Government will continue to ensure a conducive policy and legal environment, enacting progressive laws, and will review and revise those laws, regulations, and policies that negatively impact people infected and affected by HIV/AIDS. In conclusion, I would like to thank our AIDS development partners, the government of Uganda, who have ensured that people living with HIV/AIDS have access to testing and treatment services. As such, Uganda has achieved success in meeting the global 90 to 90 targets though the burden is still huge. I would like to thank the people living with HIV, religious leaders, cultural leaders, young people living with HIV networks for their role in relentlessly fighting stigma and discrimination towards the people living with HIV. I also applaud the role models who have championed this cause, have been informed about the young people and their innovations to fight stigma and discrimination. You are heroes and champions in this fight. I would like to thank the family of the late File Lutaaya for keeping his memory alive, but thus reminding us of his contribution to HIV and AIDS fight. I would also like to thank His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the unwavering leadership to the national HIV response over years. HE, the President, has demonstrated huge interest and deep knowledge in HIV and AIDS, and most recently, COVID-19, which is driven by the desire to have a health population that ultimately drives industrialization for God and my country. Thank you. I think the professor also gave me one role to do. That's to invite her worship, the chief registrar, who is representing the chief justice, Madam Salang. Madam, who is representing the chief justice, I'm hereby inviting you to come and Madam address us on this auspicious day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Permanent Secretary. I must say I am most humbled to be here this morning to stand in very big shoes of the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. Just to introduce my name better so that we all get it clearly, I am Sarah Langa Siu, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Uganda. Thank you very much. We are in the new normal and it's from sanitizing all the time. You'll allow me for 1 minute to remove my mask and then I'll put it back, just so you know who is speaking. Thank you. My task this morning is to deliver the keynote address. But before I do that, allow me to just say I am one of those whose Christmas is never complete unless I listen to the music of the legend, Philly Bongole Lutaaya. So Tezra, I want to thank God for your dad. The talent he had, he used it to bless many, and years after him, he is still blessing us. And thank you for carrying forward his legacy. I will now proceed to the task that I have this morning. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Justice Alphonse Chigamoy Owindolo. I will now proceed to deliver the keynote address. The Honorable Minister for the Presidency, represented this morning by the Permanent Secretary of the Office of the President, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors present and online, the Chairperson of the AIDS Development Partners Group, the UN AIDS Country Director, the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions present, the Chairman and Board Members of the Uganda AIDS Commission, the Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission, and the staff present, the family of the late Phile Bongole Lutaaya, the representative of people living with HIV/AIDS, all stakeholders here present and online, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to deliver this year's keynote address at the annual memorial lecture for the late Phile Bongole Lutaaya. Phile Bongole Lutaaya was and will always remain a hero in Uganda's national and global fight against HIV and AIDS. We are here today to honor Uganda's legendary Phile Bongole Lutaaya, who pioneered the fight to give HIV and AIDS a human face amidst stigma, discrimination, denial, and ignorance. He was indeed one of the first prominent Ugandans to declare openly to the public that he had HIV. His declaration was a catalyst for creating awareness, and it helped to mitigate myths and misconceptions surrounding HIV and AIDS. For the past 40 years, every Ugandan household has witnessed how HIV caused untold suffering to humanity. In the beginning of this epidemic, medicines were not easily accessible and presented with overt signs and symptoms characterized by high level of stigma and discrimination among the communities at all levels. As we reflect on the legacy of the great man, Phile Bongole Lutaaya, who lived for nearly 40 years and did enormous work in the HIV response worldwide, Let each of us evaluate our own personal lives to see what you and I have done to contribute to his legacy by reducing stigma and discrimination. Philip Bongole Lutaaya used music to educate the population about the epidemic and articulated the strategies for prevention, which evolved into the abstinence, being faithful, and use of condoms. That is the ABC's model, which became a global phenomenon, and he impacted many lives. But before I go any further, let me ask the following fundamental questions to all stakeholders in Uganda as part of this reflection on how each of us has used our talents to fight HIV and AIDS as a contribution to the legacy of Phile Bongole Lutaaya. The first question is this: what role have leaders at national, district, community, and household level played in providing and promoting reduction of stigma and galvanizing the HIV/AIDS response in this country? Number two, what have you done as an individual to protect vulnerable persons from stigma and discrimination and enhancement of the utilization of health and HIV services? Number three, what have the legal and policy practitioners done to promote access to HIV/AIDS by those affected and in need? And the fourth question this morning is, what role have communities played in demanding for their fair share of quality services and denouncing the rampant gender and sexual-based violence? Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the fundamental questions that I'm asking that, if well responded to by each one of us, will point to how well we have kept the legacy of our great legend, Phile Bongole Lutaaya, and what he stood for. The theme for this memorial lecture, access to HIV services during COVID-19 pandemic, resonates well with the current times and the questions that I put across. Currently, Uganda has approximately 1.4 million people living with HIV. Of those, the HIV prevalence is 6.2% amongst those aged 15 to 64 years. It is 7.6% in women and 4.7% in men. HIV prevalence is reported to be almost 4 times higher among females than males aged 15 to 24, which confirms the vulnerability of the female population. It is therefore important to ask why women as a group are experiencing higher levels of vulnerability to HIV infection than men. Some reports attribute this vulnerability to the historical, persistent, unequal power relations and constraints on women's equality and sexual autonomy. Gender-based violence in particular is a socioeconomic, cultural, and public health issue that has persistently been linked to increased HIV prevalence and infection. Not only does gender-based violence create physical, emotional, and mental vulnerabilities that increase the risk of HIV, but it also disproportionately affects women. According to the Uganda Health Demographic Survey done in 2016, women were reported to be more than twice as likely to experience violence as men, and among the 15 to 49 age group, 22% of Ugandan women experience sexual violence at some point in their lives, compared to only 8% of men. To account for the vulnerability of women, we must consider changing the dynamics of both HIV and gender-based violence across national, regional, and cultural, political, and socio-economic landscapes. These dynamics can be understood in light of key underlying structural drivers. At the local level, for example, norms and institutionalized practices foster discrimination between persons on the basis of gender, class, age, and etc., and reinforce the vulnerability of certain groups. Poverty is another key structural driver, paired with women's socioeconomic dependency. Disparities in income at local level for the growth and normalization of transactional sex. Although significantly improved, Uganda's legislation contributed by delays and other can proceed.
Nothing. Nothing. Well, I think there is a Zoom. Yes.
Sorry about that. The interference is because of multiple entries. If we are in the room, we shouldn't be online. So that's causing the interference. So if you are in the room, please get offline because then there is feedback coming from in. So get offline if you are in the room. Thank you. Apologies, Your Worship.
It is okay. I will proceed. Although significantly improved, Uganda's legislation and law enforcement mechanisms contributed by delays and other acts of omission leave vulnerable groups open to victimization and increase the risk of HIV infection. I acknowledge the unwavering leadership and commitment of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, especially in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Both Uganda and the global community have been beneficiaries of his visionary leadership in fighting pandemics. The justice, law, and order sector has contributed significantly to the fight against HIV and AIDS. Apart from dispensing justice expeditiously in cases related to this cause, we have developed a robust HIV workplace policy and anti-sexual harassment policy. The aim of these policies is to protect and support staff, especially those who are affected or infected by HIV and the communities that we interact with. As a sector, we have walked the talk. For example, some of our staff have tested and declared their HIV status openly across the ranks. This is a legacy we need to emulate across the country in order to reduce the stigma and the discrimination and promote access to HIV services. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed several and serious threats across the society, and especially to people living with HIV who got affected in accessing the services during the lockdown. The judiciary sector developed a digital court system where accused persons can access justice in court without physically being present to mitigate the COVID-19 spread. This is an example of harnessing technology to ensure that access to services is not hampered by pandemics like COVID-19. Likewise, other sectors should explore interventions and innovations to enable people living with HIV to access all the fundamental basic needs during this COVID-19 pandemic. Ending HIV requires enabling legal and social environments that guarantee the health, the dignity, and security of all people living with or at risk of HIV. This is the only way to ensure that all those in need of HIV prevention, treatment, care, and support have access to these services without fear of discrimination, exclusion, or bias. A famous South African judge Justice Cameron said, and I quote, "It is our duty as judges, in fidelity to the principles and craft of our calling, to ensure that injustice and irrationality do not triumph. In cases dealing with HIV, we have the opportunity to make evidence-informed findings and to apply the highest principles to which our legal systems aspire." Now, what's the legal context for Uganda? Number one, Philly Lutaaya's key message to end HIV discrimination is espoused by the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Article 21 of our Constitution confirms the equal status of all citizens under the law and prohibits discrimination on a number of grounds, including sex, race, color, ethnic origin, tribe, birth, creed or religion, or social or economic standing, political opinion, or disability. Two, the principle of non-discrimination on the basis of HIV is further strengthened by a number of laws. For example, the HIV Prevention and Control Act of 2014 and the Employment Act of 2008. Number three, although the laws and legal policies are well articulated, the barriers to access to justice and the implementation is not yet perfect. Individuals or communities who are already burdened by HIV or other health conditions find more limitations while they seek justice. Services may be far, not timely, they may be lengthy, and the environment in courts may be perceived as generally not user-friendly to an everyday person. I pledge as the Chief Justice to build on the efforts of my predecessors and progressively improve the situation to what we all desire to have and experience. During the COVID-19 outbreak, government of Uganda responded by implementing the recommended public health measures to protect the lives of Ugandans. This pandemic containment measures, including the lockdown, was an essential approach to save lives. However, undesirable negative consequences have been experienced. As I conclude, let me make a call to action. The government should, one, give priority to creating awareness, promoting advocacy across the country, reaching the young people and all generations with messages on HIV and AIDS. This will enable us to promote the legacy of Philemon Bongole Lutaaya. The message should be clear to all people to understand. Number two, the government should also provide conducive enabling environment and access to HIV services to all the people living with HIV in Uganda during and post-COVID-19. HIV services should be freely accessible to promote health, well-being, and rights at all times. The call to Parliament is that they should enact and review the laws that will improve the well-being of the society, especially the people living with HIV/AIDS. The HIV and AIDS Prevention and Control Act of 2014 may need to be reviewed. In conclusion, Philemon Bongole Lutaaya played his part. His legacy is alive and will continue as a living testimony. HIV can be defeated if we provide simple, clear messages reaching the community and back it with the efficient services. Each and every one of us should take responsibility to prevent new HIV infections and support all those who close to us, including the infected persons in the country, to live positively. Once again, allow me to thank you for inviting me to this historical occasion, and I pledge my continued support and commitment to the fight against HIV and AIDS. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much, our chief guest, for that excellent speech speech. I will now request the Director General to guide us on the next steps as we move into the interlude.
Another round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you very much again. It was deliberate as Uganda AIDS Commission for us to invite the head of the judiciary sector to give the keynote speech, but also invite the DPP to be part of the panel discussion because one, we are looking at a holistic approach, and previously we've had engagement from the executive. The president has been leading the Presidential Fast Track Initiative. We've had the engagement from the legislature. We have a good program running within the judiciary, but we wanted the top leadership again to send out the message, and clearly in the keynote that you've given, that has come out very clearly. So I'd like to thank you very much for that. So as we prepare, I know that some of our guests on this podium would like to excuse themselves. We are going to have an interlude. During the interlude, we will invite members on this side will move over, and then the panelists are going to come up the stage. But while that happens, I would like to invite one of the legends, the people who worked, dined with, prepared music with the late Fide Bongole Lutaaya, legend Moses Matovu. He has a team and they are going to share a rendition. And after that, we are looking at all generations. We have a young person, a very popular musician on our local scene. He's with us in this audience. So members online, we have more than 70 people online following. We have comments coming in from Gulu, from Soroti, from Barara, messages of applaud. Gloria, you've gotten lots of positive feedback following your presentation, and also generally about this effort. So there's audience following us online. There's a live broadcast that is happening, and we are still continuing with our program. So this is the first, and we are now moving on to the panel discussion. We have, the chair will be introducing the panelists. We have, the UNAIDS country director moderating. I wouldn't want to preempt that, but legend Moses Matovu. If you are from out of Uganda, and you've been in Uganda, and you want to get the real taste of what Ugandan music is, we have what we call the Afrigo Band, and that's the head of the Afrigo Band team, but he's here to share with us a rendition and his experience. Legend Moses.
It's Jehovah Shalom, a cappella.
Omubesi chali anintirite sitya oba kizikiza. Tugende nyumba yetusize jala byabatusooka atute mu nyumba ye alamula. Tulululululu, tululululu, amulise ekkubo lyange ne bwe natambulanga sitya oba kizikiza. Awulire ebizibu byange bwe mbangudde mu binnya sebo anansitula. Katuyimbe ennyimba ezimusinza tuyimuse emitima gyali. Awulire okusaba kwange kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga. Katuyimbe ennyimba ezimusinza tuyimuse emitima gyali. Awulire okusaba kwange kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga. Ffe tugende mu nyumba yetusinze gyali omusumba waffe okusaba kwaffe yakuwulira. Tugende mu nyumba yetuyimbe Mukama Yesu gyali. Sitya ebyensi bitono nnyo tufukamire tumutenderezenga tumusabe alema otuleka yate okuba ekutiisetise kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo yakuwangula. Tuyimbe ennyimba ezimusinza tuyimuse emitima gyali. Awulire okusaba kwaffe kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga.
The next song that we are going to do is I Was Born in Africa. And I'm sure everybody in this room knows that song. So feel free to sing along and bless you.
I was born in Africa. sing my soul, music Africa. I was born to sing. I feel the music is in the song. And I was born to dance. I feel the music is in the drum. Ay, 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 oh. Ay, 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 oh. I say, don't worry where you're coming from. Down in Africa, the land of the sun, we choose to dance depends on the moon. I was born in Africa. Sing my soul, music Africa. I was born in Africa. Sing my soul, music Africa. Music is the topic today. Let us throw our worries away. No frontiers, no barriers to tread. Just doing what we choose to do. And I was born to sing. I feel the music within my soul. And I was born to dance. I feel the rhythm within the drum. Music Africa. This is Africa. Music Africa. This is Africa. I was born in Africa. Sing my soul, music Africa. I was born in Africa. Sing my soul, music Africa. I was born in Africa. Sing my soul, music Africa.
Thank you very, very much for that rendition. You can see the memories that has brought. But we want to switch, and I would like you to, again, spare a few minutes and listen to one of Uganda's young, vibrant, and has been a defender of HIV and AIDS. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome Levixon.
Thank you so much for this big opportunity. My name is Levixon. I love God by loving people, and I serve God by serving people. And I'm very, very humbled to be in this place to celebrate a legend, a man who really, he was a change you really wanted to see. And today we can also be the change you want to see. How? By fighting the stigma. Amen. Love one another, support each other, be there for each other, because that's what the Bible says. Amen. Maybe, let me give you this vibe. I think I love God so much. I don't know about you. Amen. Are you ready? We do it together. Say, Jesus, we love you.
Love you.
DJ, let's go. I'm gonna put this now. Show.
Fire, fire, oh. wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge style ya kikibonge dance for me kikibonge number one wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge style ya kikibonge dance for me kikibonge number one weleka byonna byoliko dance to the beat to the flow no matter what byonna byoliko dance to the beat to the flow ono yeka yabigonjola yes abigonjola ono yeka yabizungulula byonna ebyakusiba fire fire oh gospel music be fire oh no we no retire oh madike if you love follow me sound like this wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge style ya kikibonge papa dance for me kikibonge number one wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge style ya kikibonge dance for me kikibonge number one weleka byonna byoliko dance to the beat to the flow no matter what byonna byoliko dance to the beat to the flow kano kalango tokuba mugongo yes kudango so light up your candle number one ebirungi byonkolera number two nakayimba nenkuyimbira number three emikiza nokugira number four nambole notingiza fire fire oh gospel music fire oh we don't retire oh my DJ oh wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge style ya kikibonge mami Joan kikibonge wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge mami Joan style ya kikibonge dance for me kikibonge number one weleka byonna byoliko dance to the beat to the flow no matter what byonna byoliko dance to the beat to the flow sabuka cheza yeah muna muziki kukuba wanaona kufuga sure this is how the remedy this is how the friendly this is for the enemy yeah bomb no byadala yo no byadala tetunula walala let's go yeah wamanya tetubonge katonda yatuwadde kikibonge sebo style ya kikibonge dance for me kikibonge number one sing along katonda yatuwadde kikibonge sing along dance to the beat to the flow hey dance to the beat to the flow sing along yeah dance to the beat to the flow.
Thank you so much. Do not forget to taste. Amen. God bless you.
Wow, wow, wow. That was nice. That was nice. Another round of applause. Very good for our health. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the panel discussion, much awaited. And this discussion will be moderated by the UNAIDS Country Director, Dr. Karusa Kiragu Gikonyo. Please come up front. We have a representative from the Ministry of Health, the Director, Public Prosecutions representative, a legal expert on HIV and AIDS, Uganet. Welcome up front. A representative of people living with HIV AIDS. Welcome up front. We need to appreciate Uganda's Commission for bringing together the legal experts and the HIV fraternity. This is really important. The law is so important in health. The law is so important in public health. Today it's HIV, tomorrow it's something else. Non-communicable diseases, for example, there's a lot of issues to do with the law. The legal framework and the tools, the environment, and how it facilitates issues of health is really important, but we don't always get together. So it's really exciting that we've gotten together with our colleagues, and we are very expectant for this session at Dr. Karusa. And at this point, I will invite you to take this on so that we can start right away in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wanyasa, and thank you very, that was a fantastic interlude. I'm still in the dancing mood, so I need to find a way to readjust to now this formality, but it was really well done. And thank you so much to Uganda AIDS Commission for that fantastic organization and that lovely break. So please, let's give them a hand. Thank you so much. This next session is really exciting because we get to hear another set of perspectives from legends in the field. And I'm truly honored to be chairing this session, to be chairing this panel. And Professor Roda will continue to chair the session. This is a panel discussion, as you saw in your, as you've seen in your program, and it will provide a variety of commentary and a variety of perspectives. And we have 4 speakers. I can see them. The first speaker will, I'll just go quickly and just introduce them really quickly, and then I'll introduce one by one at the time. We'll begin with the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Health will be represented by Dr. Peter Mudiope. Thank you so much, Dr. Mudiope. He's representing Dr. Joshua Musinguzi, who is the AIDS Control Program Manager. Dr. Mudiope is a team lead in HIV prevention and public health response. So we're very blessed and very fortunate to have you, Dr. Mudiope. His remarks and interventions will be followed by those of Dora Muzinguzi, who we all know very, very well, Executive Director of Uganet. And she'll be talking to improving access to services in Uganda, challenges and opportunities. I think when the chairperson of the Uganda AIDS Commission Board talked about the objectives and theme of this meeting, it was access to HIV services during the COVID pandemic. So Dora Musinguzi will be speaking also to that. We also have the privilege of a representative of the Director of Public Prosecutions. It was supposed to be Honorable Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, but she'll be replaced by our speaker in the JLOS fraternity. And the 4th speaker will be Professor Canon Gideon, who we saw even dancing. He'll be giving experiences in accessing HIV services in Uganda, what needs to be done, what needs to improve them. Each speaker has 10 minutes. I will persuade you to do it maybe in 7 minutes. Then this way we can have a chance for interaction. There's some people in the online. And so if there's a way to create a bit of space so that they can also have a chance. I will indicate to you just by announcing that when you have 1 minute to speak, I will give you a heads up on that so that you'd be aware that your time might be running out. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our first speaker, who is the Ministry of Health. It will be Dr. Peter Mudiope. Kindly, Dr. Mudiope, you can maybe speak from the podium so that people can see you and the cameras can capture you better. Welcome, Dr. Mudiope, and over to you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the organizers of this meeting, the Uganda AIDS Commission. This year's Fide Lutaaya Memorial Day celebrations or commemoration is quite unique in that we have been celebrating or commemorating this day outside Kampala and outside the boardroom. But because of COVID, which we are actually discussing, that forms the major um, uh, theme of today, we are here in the boardroom. So, Madam Chair, allow me to proceed, protocol observed, and apologies from Dr. Joshua Msinguzi for not making it here. I'd like also to acknowledge the contributions in the response by the PLHIV community, especially the young people, and our colleagues, the AIDS development partners, and last but not least, the family of Fide Lutaaya for fighting the stigma and promoting access to services. The theme of this year's Fide Lutaaya Day commemoration is access to HIV services during this COVID pandemic. Before I go into the discussion in detail, I would ask a question to all of us. What would Uganda be if there was no HIV, if there was no AIDS? Or what will Uganda be in 2030 when we end HIV/AIDS as a public health threat? When I was young, the teacher used to tell us, close your eye and ask yourself how transpiration occurs in a plant. I would like, maybe I would ask you if you are still young, to close your eyes and open them in 2030 and look at how this country will be when we have ended HIV/AIDS. Socially, spiritually, economically. So probably we would be much different than we are now. So during this COVID response, I think the ministry has been most affected with the epidemic itself, but also with the response we have put forward. One is that we have had several challenges. Among them, restriction, which resulted in restriction to access of services because of the directives or the SOPs that were put in place. We also had restriction on delivery of services in the community, and this also affected service access. But nonetheless, we still record some successes. As we talk now, and I think the previous speakers have alluded to it, the number of people who are HIV positive estimated around 1.4, and out of that, around 1.24 are already knowing their status and they're in care. And that's around 85%. The women tend to be like doing better than the men. Over 90% of the women are already in care. Those who are estimated to be positive. And for the men, it is much lower at 76%. But most importantly is that our children, the young people, it is even much lower, those who are in care, around 60%. And this is even lower among the adolescents at around 55%. Ladies and gentlemen, to end HIV/AIDS in 2030 and achieve the Uganda we deserve or we are hoping for, we need to fight. So during this time also we have seen an increase in the TB cases. We've heard from the presenter on behalf of Tezera telling us that along the way, when Phile was sick, also contracted TB. And TB weakens people who are living with HIV much more. So we still have a challenge. We are seeing the TB epidemic also increasing. So what has the ministry done of recent? We have launched the new guidelines to align to the National Development Plan and the National HIV Strategic Plan. And this was based on optimizing of services. That means we have had newer ARV medications that will be more responsive for HIV control. We have also looked at community engagement as very key, and also developed some guidelines on addressing the issue of people living with HIV, the low literacy rates. The issue of stigma is very persistent, especially among the young people, and we have developed programs on addressing access to services, the YAPS model, and also for the TB and advanced disease, we have also rolled out guidelines where people are accessing services. The key issue we are having here, and I'm happy the legal team is in this room. When we go to the health facility, you find the health workers have done most of the work. But we still have a challenge on the other side of access, whereby there are still legal, social, cultural encumbrances. The HIV response would be looked at prevention. And for primary prevention specifically, we have tools that would make no one left behind. But we still have specific groups of people called the most at-risk population or key populations that are still left behind. And if they are not addressed, we will have challenges in ending AIDS and achieving the Uganda we desire. These groups include sex workers, men who have sex with men, and people who use drugs. I'm happy to say that from the president's speech in 2007, we've been able to set up a rehabilitation center in Vitapika Hospital for people who use drugs. But this is just one-off. It will be launched soon, but still this group of people have encumbrances, challenges in accessing services. They end up reporting to us, they are arrested, they are taken to court, and their cases are delayed, and it creates a lot of stigma in terms of accessing services. We have also looked at the other vulnerable groups, the adolescents, the pregnant women, and we have designed the tools. We have revised our guidelines to embrace them to access treatment for prevention. The other issue which the minister would like to address to also the legal team or the judiciary is that when we are faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to adjust our services. We asked the people living with HIV/AIDS to access services from the nearby facilities. Unfortunately, during that quarter, we realized a reduction in the number of people who utilize services because of poor recording. We wouldn't be able to accurately track our clients because we don't have unique identifiers. We have been in discussions with the NIRA, but there's still a legal challenge. So probably the judiciary would help us on this to make sure that people
can address services. I would like to say that during COVID, we have also learned so much that without the community engagement, we cannot achieve much. Even if we stay in our health facilities, we still need to engage with the people who are living with HIV, with the community organizations that are delivering services on our behalf, advocating for services, and this has already been mentioned. So we upload the civil society platform that we have used, and we are working very well. I can see Dr. Lydia here looking at me and saying this is what should happen. I thank you so much. I think that's what I had for you. I'll wait for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Dr. Mudiope has given us a very brief but very important snapshot of some of the issues that the Ministry of Health has been facing and some of the solutions that they've been using. I appreciate that you asked us to begin by closing our eyes and see where we would be in 2030. It was a beautiful picture. If we did that, now we really have to work to make sure that we do get to that point. As you called it, the Uganda we deserve. So thank you so much for those words of wisdom and those reflections, in particular the appreciation that we have two colleagues from the judiciary sector who will be able to share the ways that they've been interacting with all of us in the HIV sector, because you're right when you point out that it's not just a health issue, but there's so many other factors that come into play, especially reaching out the vulnerable populations, as you noted. Even issues of unique identifiers actually do become a major impediment in terms of service delivery. So thank you very much for that. I am going to look out to perhaps the organizers, maybe Ened, if you could just give us a heads up if there is any questions coming up online that we should address, please let us know. But in the meantime, we'll just proceed on to the next speaker. And the next speaker, we have the privilege of having, according to the program, the Director of Public Prosecution, who is represented here. We are very privileged to have the Deputy DPP, Mr. Charles Elemu. Mr. Elemu, please take the podium and give us your remarks. We are estimating about 7 minutes remarks to give us a chance to have question and answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Charles Elem, and I come here in representation of Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo, who could not be with you due to other pressing assignments. I come here as a prosecutor. Of course, many people in the community always confuse us to be part of the judiciary. But on the other hand, we are actually part of law enforcement, and we are nearer police than judiciary. So as a prosecutor, we enforce the laws which have been enacted by Parliament. And much as personally, or in our own individual hearts, we may not agree with some of the laws, it is incumbent upon us, since it is a job we have chosen, to carry out our mandate. The most important function, I think, in my view, of a prosecutor is to make a prosecutorial decision. This is because in the Ugandan way of doing things, police will investigate a case, and a case reported to them to be a criminal case. Then after investigating, they compile a police file and send to the Director of Public Prosecutions, who assesses this file and sees whether or not a crime has been committed. A crime may have been committed, but do you have enough evidence to charge this person? So at the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, we take very seriously this decision on whether or not to charge a person. If you charge a person, immediately he goes into negativity. His neighbors start seeing him as a wrong person. If he's a civil servant, he is of course interdicted, and so on. So our role is to see that a person is only charged when there is enough evidence against them. Because if we make just an erratic decision, charge them, take them to court, the next thing, the police will take you to the police cells. And these police cells are always overcrowded and present a clear and present danger to anybody who is unfortunate enough to be sent there. And if you are HIV positive, then your immunity may have been compromised, and staying in that cell may worsen your condition. Not only that, you also pose a danger to others who may come into contact with you and perhaps get the disease. So we are very, very conscious about this. And also, the Ugandan law says that a person must not be detained in police cells for more than 48 hours. This, we are always telling police, never detain somebody for more than 48 hours. This is because that kind of detention, it has its own challenges. Somebody may have been apprehended when on his way from upcountry to Kampala here, and if he's living with HIV, you don't give him a chance to collect his HIV drugs. So you keep him for 48 hours, maybe even if he didn't have, maybe he had carried for 3 days, that's okay. But police will keep you in for a week, and this is very dangerous. So constantly we say this must not be allowed to happen. On our side, we also have officers who may be HIV positive and living positively with HIV. So these officers, there are a number of them, and we have been looking after them and trying to encourage them very much. We give them some support, nutritional support in the form of additional money on top of their salaries. As was already observed here, the DPP is very much interested in going digital. So we have a Procamis, a case management system, which is web-based. It's called Procamis. And we think as we have COVID here, of course, and have HIV and such things, the more you don't interact physically, the better. So we are trying very much to encourage this kind of interactions. Of course, we have seen that once somebody is apprehended and taken to prisons, the conditions there are also not good. So though we are constrained by the number of attorneys we have, we try as much as possible to ensure that justice is given at the shortest time possible. Our colleague from Ministry of Health has said that there are challenges of people who are homosexuals, people who have sex, same-sex, same-gender sex. And once this occurs in the prisons, we have always had challenges because of social norms and values. How do you start saying we're going to give condoms, supply condoms in prison? It is as if you're encouraging homosexuality, yet the reality is that that kind of sex takes place, but we try to take a leading role. So in short, our office is mandated to manage and control prosecutions in all courts. And we associate ourselves with the heroic principles championed by our very own Phili Bongole Lutaaya. So at the office, we always encourage the disclosure of one's HIV/AIDS status, but because of the stigma, some people still feel afraid to disclose. But if at the very onset, if somebody is arrested and he makes known to the state attorney that I've been arrested for such and such a crime, I may plead guilty or not, but I am HIV positive. Then we have elaborate steps which we must take to ensure that this person is looked after. We also encourage positive living among HIV/AIDS, and many people are coming up to adopt in our office. We do community support to people living with HIV/AIDS and try to encourage a stigma-free environment for people living with HIV/AIDS. Additionally, we have executed several strategies. We have on board an HIV/AIDS management workplace policy. We have also developed a training manual to educate the criminal justice system on how to remove human rights barriers. The ODPP, that's the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, was nominated to co-chair the human rights team under the Ministry of Health, a clear pointer of our well-appreciated work. We have established an HIV/AIDS committee, which is rated the most active committee compared to all the committees in the public service of the Republic of Uganda established for this same cause. And through this committee, we carry out quarterly trainings and sensitization programs, and this is done by visiting at least 5 field stations, 5, and giving them information about HIV/AIDS prevention, testing, merits and demerits of positive living. The worth of disclosure and non-disclosure is passed on to our staff members, who are encouraged to pass on the same information to the families and close friends. So far, out of 325 of 800 targeted officers have been trained. We have 325. We have a target of 800. We have been trained as trainers for removing such barriers at our different workplaces. We have seen change of mindset in the administration of criminal justice. We are making a breakthrough in the understanding that being HIV positive is not an offense, and it must not make one of the essential elements in proving commission of a crime. This is our view, but the law may provide otherwise. And since science has also shown that people who are on HIV treatment rarely pass on HIV to others, we respect this position, and we're also trying to see that this kind of criminalizing being sick is done away with. We have challenges, but we think by and by, we're on the right track, and we are going to achieve what we aim to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end here. We are directed that we show our faces so that you know who we are. I'm not trying to hide anything. So this is me, Charles Elem, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in charge of prosecutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the representative of the DPP, and for those important remarks, and in particular for clarifying what you do as you're part of law enforcement to implement the laws that have been created and established by the lawmakers, parliamentarians, and others. He gave us a very good overview of this work with very good examples. And he also talked about what they're doing within their offices in terms of supporting their officers to disclose, supporting them with services, but as well encouraging positive living in the workplace. I have heard about you having the most active committee HIV committee. So congratulations on that. And once again, let's applaud the DPP for, it's very heartening because you're clearly leading the way, because we know many people in the community count on you. And when you're already ahead, it's very encouraging because it does give us hope and optimism. And thank you very much as well for reminding us the number of people that you've been training. You've almost trained half your staff, the 325 out of 800. So that's really, really well done. Congratulations and thank you for that. I wanted to just mention the young lady who was here, Gloria, who I don't know if I don't see her here. She's a, oh, there she is, the lawyer in progress. And maybe you can work with her. She challenged us this morning and she said, when young people come for support, we need to give them the support. And she told us that she's in law school and she's, I think this must be close to her final year, but COVID has disrupted some of the progress. But I think in the audience, you have a young person who's already ready to join your fraternity. So I'd like to see if there's a way that you can connect. So thank you once again. I just wanted to comment briefly in terms of we're getting some questions online. The way the session is organized in the program for the benefit of the colleagues online is that we shall first hear from the speakers and then we shall have an open discussion for about, looks like it would be like about half an hour or so. So please keep the questions coming. We're already writing them down. We've been receiving very positive comments as well, complimenting the sessions, the whole Phili Lutaaya memorial event. So I just want to encourage you to keep talking and keep communicating, but we shall be able to take questions and answers at the end. So without further ado, I'm very privileged to invite Dora Musinguzi. She is a legal expert on HIV/AIDS and she's executive director of UGANET. She'll be talking with us about improving services, and specifically she'll be addressing the issues around challenges and opportunities. So Dora has worked with us as with UNAIDS, has partnered with us as with the UNAIDS, as has the Office of the DPP. And so she's very well known to the UN, and I know very well known to you. So over to you, Dora. We look forward to hearing your remarks. 10 minutes. Thank you. Let's give Dora a round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be part of this very, very important panel. Thank you so much for the invitation. And it's really, really important to be participating on this day as we commemorate and celebrate Phili Lutaaya. In particular, representing civil society voices. We want to honor you, Tezra, Richard, and Lennon, who is not here. We really celebrate your courage and taking it forward to also found Phili Lutaaya Cares. As part of civil society actors, we want to be meeting you a lot more beyond this day, such that we work a lot with you and beyond this day to ensure that we support you and work together to continue to call for ending discrimination that is HIV related. So as I take my 10 minutes, I'll just be reflecting on what has been happening, especially in the COVID context, and what Phili Lutaaya would have asked for if he was living in the last 6 months of what we have been through. He lived for everything but dignity, restoring dignity and challenging HIV stigma and discrimination. For the legal actors that are here, her worship that just left, I think the theme is premised on giving everybody the dignity that they deserve and being in line with Article 21 of the Constitution. He believed it so well when he called for the end of HIV discrimination. Within the COVID context, we had about sex workers, 100 of them that were arrested several times. We had a number of key population groups that were arrested and actually kept in prison for over 3 months, 61 days. If Phile Lutaaya was there in the context of AIDS in dealing with another epidemic, he would have called for that discrimination to end. He would have recognized the suffering of those communities that went through that. Today, as we speak about access to services for HIV community, Phile Lutaaya would have called on lawmakers, on the judiciary, on the prosecution to do everything they can to repeal HIV punishments for HIV exposure, HIV disclosure, and HIV criminalization. What we see in the HIV Prevention Control Act, Section 41 and 44, Phile Lutaaya would have said, this is a virus. Let us deal with it in all public health means we can, but let's remove prosecution, let's remove criminalization, because this is what is harming lives the more. Public health experts have shown, the evidence is clear, that criminalization and punishment only exacerbates the problem. I see Phile Lutaaya give a face to those that still face stigma that is caused by this disease. Like COVID, in the last 6 months, we saw that it started in pockets of people until it fully went to the community. The official from Ministry of Health mentioned it, that there are communities that are more vulnerable, are more marginalized, and will carry the HIV, they will spread HIV more than others if they are not given adequate HIV services. The communities that still fear, that are criminal before the law. I see Phile Lutaaya rise up again with boldness and courage and ask that no pocket should be left behind. Everybody should be brought on board. Speaking at this time of 2020, we see that in access to services in the COVID response, where many people could not access their drugs, and their plight came later, months after the lockdown. There were many people that could not access food. Medicines and food go hand in hand. We understand the eminent urgency the ministry had to take, but we believe that there is a gap. There was a slowness to accept HIV as a very critical issue, such that communities accessed their medicines, but also accessed food. If Phile Lutaaya was at that time, he would have asked that the HIV community, the young people, the young children, we had about 500 children that were at Chiwamilembe Catholic home that could not access food, 500 of those, and they were on medicines. I believe Phile Lutaaya would have asked and called out that they access food. I will end up on the issue of the gender perspective. It is very clear that COVID-19 has been clearly a women and girls crisis. Just last night, NTV aired a documentary where they anticipate over 6,000 young girls to have been impregnated, to have been, the general of that number to have suffered defilement, rape, early marriages, and several of those have teenage pregnancies. School is opening on Monday. Many of these are not going to go to school. I suppose that if Phile Lutaaya was here today, he would have asked for more aggressive action and not lip service to the gender inequalities that always put women in more harm and in more crisis. Clearly, there's been little talk about what should happen to the 7,000 girls that will suffer when this epidemic has gone down. It is an issue of the law. It is an issue of human rights. And I believe that is why this lecture was premised with the stance of the law. Honorable Elemu Charles, thank you very much for your comments. But a few of the cases go through the line of prosecution, through court, until justice is met. For the girls that were raped and defiled, it is their right that they are supported more aggressively. Clearly, this is going to be a lot of pressure on the judiciary. It's going to ask that things are done better, and maybe a recognition that the who were raped, defiled, and forced into marriage, the legal sector has acted more aggressively than usual. We wanted to hear that commitment, Honorable Prosecutor. With these gaps, as we move forward and as we recognize that with stigma and discrimination, we cannot end AIDS by 2030, recognizing that COVID has actually revealed that the gains on AIDS can be easily jeopardized, can be easily watered down. We are looking to the end of AIDS in 2030. But if in only 2020, 7,000 girls were raped, defiled, many sex workers were beaten and assaulted, it shows that each of those assaults, each of those defilements was an open window to HIV infection. There's going to be probably an increase in the incidence when everything is counted and collated. And that will jeopardize the speed everybody has been working on. So the call of Philia Lutaaya to increase eyesight for rights, for dignity, ending discrimination is very critical. The reason the key population will not seek services, the reason the sex worker will not come close, the reason young people will fear to talk to older service providers, the reason these young girls that are carrying heavy pregnancies will need extra support is because they have those special needs that need to be treated clearly from a human rights perspective. So we ask all our listeners online and here, the actors in the judicial sector, to escalate the place of human rights in addressing HIV, because it's a critical reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Apologies for getting off my mask. I have breathing challenges when I'm speaking.
Thank you, Dora. Very provoking remarks there. She reminded us, she took us to where she thought the questions that our legend, Phili Bongole Lutaaya, would be asking were he alive today. And those are the questions we should also be asking ourselves since we are here. The whole issue of dignity. She talked about the whole issue of just basic rights, including things like, in the context of COVID, things like food, what to do and how to address the fact that many young children are being defiled, either deliberately through early marriage or through rape, and what is the role of the justice and law sector and perhaps the DPP. And I remember the caveat you placed that you're in law enforcement, not you don't create the laws, you enforce the laws. But I think it would be good to hear your perspective on that during the question and answer session. I think those are questions that other people would be interested in hearing your advice, even as we partner together on that. So thank you very much once again, Dora. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. And now we have the privilege to hear from our last but not least speaker, and we always say that we save the best for last. And none other than Canon Gideon Biamugisha. He does not need any introduction, so I'll not even try. So he will speak to us about the experience in terms of accessing services, and he's going to talk to us about what needs to be improved. Over to you, Canon. You have 10 minutes, and then we shall go into the general Q&A. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. Dora, thank you very much. You said if Phile was here, I want to let you know that Phile is here. Phile is in the room. And incarnated in theology where I belong, we have what we call incarnation, that people can come back and be incarnated in others. And the chief of Phile we have here is Dr. Stephen Watiti here. Can you wave? He's the one leading the many Philes. I can see the Lillians of this world, the younger people here and others. So Phile is here. But unfortunately, Phile is not a happy man. He's singing out there somewhere, alone and frightened, over the darkness. The days are long. And what is causing, what darkness is he seeing? I have put that darkness for you on this book on page 12 and 13. If you don't have it, just put up your hand and Hillary will give you one of it. It's in the black, that black bag. You can get a copy. Madam Moderator, you've said what needs to improve in the service package. Page 13 gives you the two types of services that we need in order to defeat AIDS by 2030. The first service is on the grassroots, in the communities, where the stigma and the discrimination is being fought. The second one is the access and promotion of safe practices and behaviors. The third one is access to testing and counseling. The fourth one, and probably most important, is empowerment. Empowerment is in two forms: empowering the stigmatized to break their issues of shame, denial, discrimination, inaction, and misaction. But the second empowerment is to the stigmatizers, the stigmatizing environment in the social, economic, legislative, religious, cultural, and theological environment. So on page 14, I've given you a scenario of where the biggest sources of stigmatization are coming from. And yet, on the other side, they are also our biggest hope of defeating stigma and discrimination. You see, in philosophy, we say that the solution of the problem is within the problem. So if if government can engage these Christians, Muslims, ethno-religious, Hindus, and all these ones, and say, you have been looked at as stigmatizing, but also you are part of the solution of ending the stigma. We want to empower you with information, with knowledge, with skills, with policies. So Phil is around, but he's not a happy man because he has, when he heard that the government is interested in ending AIDS by 2030, this Phil, represented by the many people here, volunteered to join the team of that. And fortunately, the Progressive Uganda AIDS Commission made the champions against stigma the coach, leaders. We have 5 teams. One is on stigma reduction, another one is on safe practices, another one is on access to treatment, another one is on testing and another one is on empowerment. You lead the one of stigma. But the teams on stigma have lost 5 games. They have won 2 and drew 1. So you can really see they are not doing very well. So the chief political investor who is interested in ending AIDS by 2030 has called the coach, Dr. Watiti, and said, I am not happy with your team. It is not winning games. You've lost 5. And Dr. Watiti has pointed to this section and said, look, for us on the grassroots, we are doing well. But it is on this second line of service provision, which is called AIDS governance, that we are having the challenges. So the chief investor has said, okay, so you sit and explain. And what it has said, you see, for a football team to win a game, you need to have 11 players. And these players, in my view, number 1 is visible leadership in the judiciary, in the executive, and in the parliament, and in other areas. The other one, that's the goalkeeper. The defenders are policy, are strategic plans and practical programs. Number 5 on King Pino Nazanya Wona is partnerships. Partnerships with the stigmatized and partnerships with the stigmatizers. Number 6 and 7 and 8, we call them center forwards. They are the messages and the communications that you put across to fight and end stigma. The other one is resource, mobilization and allocation. And then the other one is research and documentation. I'm glad my prof is here to see, look, I also have a player on the team to look at the research. What is the source of the stigma? What is driving? What is facilitating? What is sustaining? And what is the most effective against stigma? And the goalkeepers are the advisors to His Excellency, the President, on ending stigma faster, smarter, and better. Like we have a goal to end AIDS, we need also the football team on stigma needs to end stigma faster in order for AIDS to be ended. And Dr. Watiti is saying, look, I have tried, but there are some players I've told you to replace or to strengthen among the 11, but you are not giving me the money, the cash to replace the players or to strengthen my team. Now, Dr. Watiti has come to the public on Phil Lutaaya Day to say the investor has given me a chance to give him advice on which number we think of the 11 is the most critical to take resources, because you have to put money where you get the best response. So the last minute I have is to help during the panel, your public discussions, to help Dr. Watiti make his case to the political chief investor to say, I think number 1 or number 2, number 3, let me repeat them for you. If you have not, you've missed them. Number 1 is visible leadership. The other one is policies and laws. Number 3 is strategic plans. Number 4 is practical programs. Number 5 is partnerships. Number 6 is messages and communication. Number 7 is resource mobilization and allocation, not to aid, but to the scheme fighting stigma and discrimination. Number 7 is research and documentation. Number 8 is music, dance, and drama. Number 10 is hymns, sermons, prayers, theologies. And number 11 is the ones advising the chief political investor on ending stigma and discrimination faster. Where should government put money? Take a cent but take a
Thank you very much. I told you they saved the best for last. Thank you very much, Canon Gideon. He's given us some food for thought. First of all, he's reminded us that indeed Philly Lutaaya is here in the form of not only his children, but also in the form of the rest of us. And we do have his legend to carry forward. So if you are here, yes, that is a question, but he is here. So yes, we have the answer. And I think we all must work to live up to the legend and to live up to the questions. He seems to be an unhappy man, according to what Canon has informed, and it is true. I think he'd be a very distressed man, and in particular, in the context of COVID, especially going on to so many years. We've had HIV almost 40 years. So a lot of food for thought, good approach to think of how you win in a football team, how you win a football match, because that is really the bottom line. You've got to have all your people in place. They've got to be healthy. They've got to know what they're doing, and they've all got to be engaged. So I really like that analogy that you've given to us about how to make sure that we are looking at all the ends and all the players and all the actors in this fight against AIDS. So thank you very much. And once again, let's give Canon Gideon an applause for your remarks. Thank you. And I hope everybody has a copy of the booklet that he has shared. I'm now going to be looking to the UAC team to give us guidance and the chair of the session. We are supposed to have an open discussion from 11:20 to 12, which would be about 40 minutes. I don't know if you still want to do it that way or you want to abbreviate it. We do have some questions, so I will look for guidance. Thank you, Prof.
Depending on how many are coming in, I'm hoping that we can get it down to about 15 or 20 minutes. If we can keep the questions short and also the responses concise, so that we can also have the next session for the musicians that are warming up already.
Oh, we have another round of music. That's fantastic. Then let's keep going so we can get to the music. Maybe what we can do is we can ask anybody in the hall who has a question, please raise your hand. We have, I'm going to just take the first three and then we'll come to the others. So don't give up. My memory is very short, so I need to be able to, okay, we'll do the first four because I see you down over there. Let's begin with the beauty queens over here. We've got two of them, number 1. Number 2, we've got Mr. Y plus, number 3, and then we've got Dan back there. I also do have some questions from online, but let's begin with the ones in here. So please go on ahead. Please stand up, introduce yourself, and make your remarks briefly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nawanova Alice Vivian. I'll remove my mask for just a few seconds. Okay. Sorry, let me just put my mask. I'm an ambassador from the Ugandan network of young people living with HIV. That is why I'm all crowned and sashed. So thank you very much for this session and the sessions that came in earlier. I would like to maybe, I don't know if it's really a question or a recommendation, we'll see, to the representative from the Ministry of Health. You mentioned that you've been able to set up a rehabilitation center at Butavika that is very good for us. We thank you for that. But I don't know if mental health is being recognized as a serious issue amongst people that are living with HIV. Because at our health centers, we don't have, I've not heard of any measures that are taking place to maybe address mental health, or maybe to create awareness that it is actually something that is very serious and needs to be addressed very fast. At least we need to have maybe assessments done. We usually see that the only people that get to see counselors are those that are not adhering to their medication very well. But even us that are already taking our medication and are suppressing may need to see a counselor for other different issues. So maybe we should have some kind of assessment that is done to assess mental health. Thank you very much.
Protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is, they told us to remove the mask so that you can look at the people speaking. Okay. My name is Esther Kabashabo, Miss Y Plus 2019-2020 from Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV. I would like to thank God who used Fear Bongo Lutaaya to make sure that we carry on the fight. I would like to appreciate one fact that you people have left behind. He was the first person to fight internal stigma. If you don't fight the internal stigma inside you, even if they fight the external stigma and put laws and restrictions, you can never live a better life. Back in the days, many people couldn't do that, and I think it was one of the reasons why I lost my mother. She was a senior nursing officer at Mahero Hospital, but because of the internal stigma, she couldn't even manage to go get the medicine. Not because she didn't have money, but because she felt as if having HIV is a death sentence, so there is no need for medication. I really thank the legacy that Fear Bongo Lutaaya left. Back to my question. This goes to Honorable Prosecutor. Madam Dora talked about the criminalization. When we read the HIV Prevention and Control Act, we see there is that part of criminalization where if you infect someone intentionally, it's against law. But the truth is, it is not that people infect others intentionally. Many people don't know. Recently, during the COVID, I had a case where a friend called me telling me that her friend is going to be killed because the boyfriend found out that this girl was positive. But this girl had never had any sexual intercourse with him. She has been protecting that guy. She has been doing everything. But because she was born with HIV and she's still having that stigma, she cannot express herself. So if that guy went to court, people would think she was on a mission to infect that guy, which is not the case. So I think some amendments need to be done. Then I would like you to think through the COVID-19 period. Have you ever been in a situation where someone needs help from you, but you cannot help yourself? It happened to us during the COVID-19 period. Young people, because they know we are leaders, they were calling us, sending us messages, what can we do? But at that time, we didn't know what to do also. I thank the UNAIDS because they released the information related to COVID-19 and HIV, and at least it was a relief in our hearts, in our lives, but it has been a struggle. Me and my fellow ambassadors have walked distances to deliver that medication. But back to my point of internal stigma. You know, you are telling someone, I'm bringing your medication. She's like, find me at the primary school, because she doesn't want people to see. These young people failed to go to nearby facilities because of internal stigma. Trust me, there is no health worker who would not give them medication. ARVs for 1 month, the government provided treatment, but something needs to be done to solve the internal stigma among young people. I would like to stop from here because we are out of time, but it goes to all the panelists. What are we going to do to reduce the internal stigma among young people, both in rural areas and in urban centers? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think the other question is from Mr. Y plus, your counterpart. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I like it when young people take it over. I'm Michael Senyonga, the National Mr. Y Plus Ambassador, Uganda, representing the young people living with HIV. And I work with Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV. Mine comes to Dr. Mdiope from Ministry of Health. We understand, yes, the ministry is doing good, but I don't know if we have appreciated the issue of peer-to-peer influence. We saw this in the COVID-19 period, where we young people got into the field. We became other medical workers who did history. And by the time all these months went through, we had done psychosocial support, we had done drug delivery, and we had done all other kinds at a voluntary basis. So I think we need, as Ministry of Health, to look into the issue of peer-to-peer influence. If Canon Gideon can talk to religious leaders under UNERELA, they will listen to him. But if I come and talk to religious leaders, they may not pick that much attention. But when Michael, the Mr. Y Plus, comes and talks to the young people, they will listen to him more better than if some other person came in to do that. So I think as Ministry of Health, we need to integrate the peer-to-peer influence, the peer-to-peer involvement in decision-making and in engaging other people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then at the back, I think we have Dan. And then I think I will maybe give the chance for the questions from online, and then we'll come to the two of you. So Dan, please go on. Dr. Dan, please go on ahead.
Thank you, moderator and Madam Chair and the panelists. Mine goes to the DPP. I'm called Dr. Dan Biamkama. I work with the Uganda AIDS Commission. As many of the panelists and some of the speakers here have expressed, there are so many laws that we wish we are not in the books anymore. So many laws that sabotage the HIV response. And when we analyze them as responsible citizens, actually keeping those laws does more harm than the good they're intended to do. But we have also realized it's difficult to delete such laws from the books. But in your submission, Mr. DPP, I saw an opportunity, which I wanted you to really guide me on how we can exploit this opportunity, whether we are already exploiting this opportunity, and how much we can do to take more from the opportunity. The opportunity lies in your submission that as the prosecutor, you make the decision to abandon, ignore a case, or to pursue a case. And one of the challenges, an example, is that sex workers, let me give an example. Sex workers are one of the people with the highest risk to HIV infection. But when I talk to these sex workers, most of them are there because of circumstances. They were running away from home, maybe because the father was abusing them, but they ran nowhere and they had to eat and ended up in sex work. And now they're addicted. Maybe they have started another behavior like injecting drug use out of circumstances. They need compassion, not to be arrested, because arresting them, chasing them around has negative consequences, which we can easily put to you. So is it possible? Is a partnership possible? We cannot pursue deleting the laws. It is not easily achievable. Is there a partnership we can do with the DPP office to make sure we put the science and the evidence before your team, so that as you make your decision to pursue certain cases, some cases you ignore, that partnership will deliver the results you want immediately, more than waiting for these laws to be deleted from the books.
Thank you very much. I'm going to, thank you, Dr. Dan. I'm going to read a couple of comments from online. And if the panelists can just listen in and then decide who wants to respond, and I'll come back to you to respond. First, there is someone who has said how the media can be used to air HIV messages against stigma and discrimination. And I think that is probably a broad question that since we have NTV here, maybe they can also chime in and advise on how that could happen. even though I know you're here in your capacity as the media, but I think you could contribute. There's a question, and this will go to Canon. Somebody was deserted by their partner due to her HIV status. What should they do? So maybe you can advise on that. The question was, somebody was deserted by their partner due to HIV status. What should they do? There's also two more questions. This one is to UAC, and I think if Dr. Musoba is here, I can, how can UAC slow down the spread of HIV in Karamoja during the COVID outbreak, because there's been high increase in prostitution, street children, more so in Moroto districts, and this has led to an increase in the spread of HIV/AIDS. Then one question for MOH, Dr. Mudiope. I know you have several questions to answer already, but here's another one. She said, this is an individual who goes to get her ARVs, and she's saying that she has a health worker in her facility, and every time she goes for her medication, even if she goes as early as possible, she's always the last one to be served. What should she do to stop this? Because it's making her feel fear getting drugs. So she's made to sit while everybody else is served, and then she's the last one to be served, even if she goes fasting in the morning. So Dr. Mudiope, if you could advise on that. And then the last one here is, how are we going to handle the cases of these young girls who have been impregnated as CSOs in Uganda? How are we going to advocate for them so that they don't miss their chance to go back to school? I think I'll throw that one to UAC as well. So Dr. Musaba, you mentioned there was someone who had their hand up online. I don't know if if their question has already been answered. If it hasn't, please give us a chance, or maybe have her be able to speak out. But let's begin. I'll start from the end of the room here, and then we just go to the questions that apply to you. And just because Prof has given us a very limited time to respond, just get to the point and then move on. You don't have to answer all the questions that were asked, but just the ones that pertain to you succinctly. Dora, let's begin with you.
Thank you. They were really mostly comments, the ones that I could address. Maybe the one on the role of the media. I think as we continue to profile where the gaps are and what everybody could do, we call upon the media, all sorts of media, mainstream and social media or otherwise, to be part of this conversation. One clear way where I see that media has been really, really useful is in bridging the gap on some of the information and the data that we are using. The time has been so short probably to do proper data on guiding where the gaps are. The cases we've learned mostly in the media of the thousands of girls are anecdotal stories that different media houses have collected. We are yet to hear from government the concrete number, because I think the processes are still ongoing. But as they are anecdotal and different media houses are reporting, the ranges are the same, so those cases can be trusted. That role is critical, and we ask that it continues for us to get information and the evidence that we can use as we do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy DPP, I think you probably had the biggest number of questions.
Didn't feel that way. Thank you so much. I start with Esther, who talked about intentional spread of HIV. And as a prosecutor, we always have what we call ingredients to an offense. And you must be mindful that criminal cases are designed in a way that most people think favors the accused person. We first of all must prove a case beyond reasonable doubt. Any doubt which is raised, the case collapses. So when the law says, as an ingredient, there must be proved intention to spread, then any case which comes and we cannot see the intention, when it is inadvertent, that one we don't take to court. because the law is clear. You must have intention. Maybe you have told somebody that I'm going to give that one. It is very difficult for us. So that's a safeguard to you. Then I come to Dr. Dan about bad laws and prosecutorial decisions. Yes, you know, of late, you have been hearing very many cases where police are taking people for disobedience of lawful orders, conduct likely to spread diseases, and other offenses related to COVID. There are thousands of these cases that have been brought to our offices, and we have religiously looked very critically, and in most cases, these people have been released. You don't see them being taken to court or what at our level, because the DPP has that power to refuse to take any case, and it doesn't need to explain to any person. He or she is a law unto themselves. So this has been used a lot. Many people have been exonerated just like that. Even these prostitutes, you see them arrested, but you rarely see them in court. Firstly, the law does not actually criminalize prostitution. Rather, living off the proceeds of prostitution, usually by men. So when you arrest a woman that she's prostituting herself, we just let her go. She has committed no offense. Somebody living off earnings is the one who commits an offense, Ugandan law. But when all is said and done, it is the Parliament of Uganda to see these bad laws and then do away with it. Because right now you have laws that if you're caught moving without a mask in public, you must be arrested. But it's impossible even to enforce such a law. We had laws which criminalize the consumption of illicit liquor called nguli, or locally made waragi. But you go to a police station, every policeman is drinking. So such laws, why should they be on our books? That is the responsibility of Parliament. So advocacy must be geared towards that. There was earlier on a case which was made about the urgency to have these what we call sexual and gender-based violence cases addressed. As of now, it is the most active prosecutions possible. We're doing so much, I think, with the help of UN Women. And every month there is a special session for SGBV cases to ensure that these are done with utmost dispatch. And we are aggressively trying to persuade other stakeholders so that we establish specialized courts to deal with sexual, gender-based violence cases. And I think this is in high gear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's very clear, and I think it's very good information, particularly the point you made about intent. It's not always clear to most of us lay people. Canon, I think there were some questions for you.
I think I have two comments. One is on the internal stigma. Dora and the team in Uganda Network of Law and Ethics, I think we need to do a lot more on training the young people, our champions, who have come out to be the field tires of this age, on jurisprudence, how religion, culture, and the social economics shape the laws we have. Because power works in a way that the oppressor wants you to blame yourself. I was doing research in Kenya about sexism in Kenya, and a woman was beaten for going to see her mom. And the women gathered and they found the husband beating her. And when the husband has done her, satisfied his anger, the woman asked, "Why was he beating you?" And he said, "I went to see my mom without his permission." And the women said, "It's your fault." The men have packaged their laws in such a way that the oppressed know, don't point your finger at me. Like now, why would you talk about internal stigma without looking at the triggers? There can't be internal stigma unless there are triggers of that. And the triggers are in 5 forms. You can write them down. One is fear of quick death. When people say HIV, I saw you, what are they saying? So fear of quick death is in people's minds. Are we doing a lot to do? There is being accused of being a transmitter, of being a killer. My learned friend, why is there a law on deliberate transmission and there is no law on deliberate acquisition? Why would you want to prosecute me who has given deliberately, but you are not prosecuting the one who laid a trap for me to give them? It is because of the mind of the legislator thinking the problem is with the positive person. And those are the things we have to interrogate. And I'm glad Professor Rhoda is chairing the ICASA Community Committee. These are issues we need to interrogate. If indeed there is internal stigma, how long does it remain even after the triggers have left? We also need to know that. The other one is being feared to be an immoral person. He didn't abstain, he was not faithful, he didn't even use condoms. Oh my God, when fear sang darkness, you could really see it was coming from deep inside, how people are judging him. And the last one is being thrown in prison or being deserted because of the underlying stigmas beyond stigma. Because AIDS stigma is not alone. There is sexual related stigma, there is gender orientation related stigma. So the person who is fearing to be deserted, Madam Moderator, it's really unfortunate. And those are the issues of stigma we're talking about. That because of stigma, the tragedy is you are left alone and frightened at the time you need support most. That's why I will always be grateful to Eunice, the aunt of my late wife, who said, go and test, but your HIV status will not determine how we are going to react to you. We loved you before AIDS, we will love you after AIDS. I thought that if you love me and I go and test, that's the time you say, don't worry, darling, the science is clear, we can protect ourselves, we can protect our children. But when you run away, you are falling under these fears, the irrational fears. So that is my contribution.
Thank you very much.
Could I just add a little moment, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure, please.
If the originator of the question or the caller is still online, just to assure him or her that there is legal aid in case the person needs assistance, they can leave their contact on the chat. We could call them back and facilitate support for the person who needs legal intervention.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think UAC has taken note. Then Dr. Mujope, if you could also answer the question, there were several questions to you, but if you can begin with the one on mental health.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. This is from Sylvia. The rehabilitation at Butavika, which we have set up, is mainly looking at people who inject drugs. We are using medically assisted therapy to treat or to help these people quit drugs, and we are giving them daily doses of methadone. There's another drug called buprenorphine that we are importing into the country, and so far we have around 60 clients in the last 2 months. So there was a problem in people who use drugs, and this was actually directly related to their acquisition and transmission of HIV, both through sharing injection material, but also the effect of the drugs in their decisiveness to take decision on their sexual desires or activity. The issue of mental health is not isolated to HIV. It's a big problem. Last week we had a conference for sex workers in Hotel Africana, and the focus was on mental health among sex workers. And one of the issues that came up is the services, the low services, the poor provision of services. We only have one mental hospital, probably maybe one university, Makerere, who is training masters psychiatrists, and maybe the Butabika Health Psychiatric School that is training psychiatric nurses, clinical officers. So the service provision for mental health is, for now, mostly limited to regional referral hospitals. But of late, I think in 2005, we trained nurses in the general hospitals to provide mental health services in the general hospital. But this has not yet filtrated to, 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 to to levels below the general hospitals. And something that has been observed over time, when you do in-service training and say maybe we need to recommend people to come and train, it happened with anesthetic officers, it happened with the psychiatric officers. Usually the MS and other people in those hospitals, they recommend people they are tired of who are giving them problems. So that is what happened. And we acknowledge there is still a challenge. For example, currently we have the new guidelines for HIV management. There's a whole section of mental health, irrespective of whether during prevention or during treatment. But we acknowledge, and government, the ministry, is currently looking at the staff structure beyond the Ministry of Health. And I think this is one of the areas they are looking at. If we can establish a mental health officer in these lower service centers like the health center, for where a majority of the patients live and access services, then we shall be a big step forward. The issue of peer-to-peer, the ministry has come up with guidelines on the apps model, which was borrowed from Zimbabwe. And I think you've been part of the apps training. It's being rolled out currently in the whole country, and the trainings have gone on. We are seeing that peers are being hired or engaged and paid some subsistence allowance to engage fellow peers, especially in the high volume facilities. Then the question from the online health worker who has an issue with a person who is accessing services. I think this is an issue of HR, which the person can contact me directly and we link up with the health worker and we have this addressed. It is quite peculiar. There may be some other underlying cases that we need to probe further and help out this person. Otherwise, I see the person is suffering a lot unnecessarily, yet could be accessing drugs freely as it should be.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mudiope. I think in the interest of time, we may need to not look for additional comments, but I know there's a response anticipated from UAC. I know Moses, I'm going to defer to the chair as to whether we can entertain any more questions, but please, Dr. Musoba, you had 2 questions to answer. And then I'll turn it over to the chair because I can see hands, very heated hands over on this side.
Thank you, Chair. The question on what USC can do to slow down HIV in Karamoja during this COVID period. There are a number of interventions that have been put in place. And these interventions include those through the working with other partners like the Ministry of Health, and the health facilities, the messages. We have a number of resource persons at that level that you can contact, including health workers at the health facilities. We have HIV focal persons at the district. We have networks of people living with HIV with a representative in every district. We have a Uganda AIDS Commission office in Moroto with a focal person there. So if people have questions, if they have challenges, and they are looking for, answers, maybe they can be referred to where to find services. Maybe there's a challenge, with a health worker, like the question being raised towards the Ministry of Health. We have resource persons within, those spaces that they can go to and ask for advice. And if they themselves can't find a solution, they'll at least refer you to somebody who will give you a solution. The other thing we've done as US is we have a very specific program in the region of Karamoja through the media. We've engaged in all the 9 districts. We've engaged the journalists and reporters. We've trained them in HIV and gender-based violence reduction. We've had a message program. We've signed MOUs with a number of radios across the Karamoja region, and they should have this transmitted, and the messages have been translated in local languages. There are also other means of communication that, working with our UN partners, that we've done in that region. We've purchased megaphones, again, for the local resource persons to use to transmit not just COVID messages, but also HIV messages. So we appeal to our people to be open, to reach out to the nearest person you trust and ask if you have questions. You'll be referred, you'll be assisted, you may be provided with answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Musaba. I'm going to turn this over to for advice from Professor Roda, because I think we are quite a bit over time. Should we entertain any more questions, or should we maybe stop and the others can be answered online?
Only 2. Let's take only the 2.
There are 3. I thought there were.
There are 3.
Okay, the 2. Okay, the 2.
We can do, yeah, sure. Oh.
Oh, even you. Okay. So that's 3, and it looks like they're all men. Okay, Supercharger, you go first, and you're followed by the colleague in front of you, and then we'll go to Hillary.
A quick one. First of all, I want to thank Uganda AIDS Commission that since its formation, there has never been a time of good partnership with people living with HIV like we are having today. Can we put our hands together for Uganda AIDS Commission, please? Thank you so much. I've always advocated for a Fidel Lutaaya monument, and I've cried for this every year. What plans do we have for a Fidel Lutaaya monument? Secondly, I've always asked myself, what is the resting place of Fidel Lutaaya looks like? Does it need furnishing? I'm glad the family is here. I need to know. Maybe they need support to refurnish his resting place, and we don't know. Maybe they fear to talk to us about it. Secondly, and lastly, is about the PLC. That's a very good initiative. Does it need support? Does it need help from UNAIDS and Uganda AIDS Commission? We need to know. Lastly, Uganda doesn't have an ARV Art Adherence Rehabilitation Center. The first one is being constructed, and we are launching the second phase of its construction on the 29th of October next week, part 1 at Sangamatuga. Kindly, you are invited to participate. The chief guest will be the Minister of the Presidency, Honorable Mbayo. Thank you so much.
So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you, Moses, for that. And also so good to see you, because I know the last we had communicated, you had a very bad accident when you were looking for food for your children. So it's good to see you back with energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Right Honorable Reverend Kamuhanda Thomas, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Yabwabwamba in the Bondibujo district. First of all, I want to thank the Minister of Gender, TASO and the UNFPA in supporting the cultural institutions to fight stigma and encourage people to go for testing. That's why in the Bondibujo, male involvement in the PMOTCT, we are reaching at around 90%. And but we have a challenge. And my question goes to my colleague, the Canon, and the Ministry of Health. We are preaching the gospel to fight AIDS in the community. But the freedom of worship, these mushrooming churches, because in our cultural setting, we have structures from the grassroots to the apex. When someone absconds, taking ARVs and whatever, when the body creates resistance against the drugs, even if that someone gets it, you find that there are some mushrooming churches who say they pray for the sick, and they begin telling people that they have been bewitched. So it is my humble request to involve the Interreligious Council, because even other preachers are creating stigma amongst the community. So that is an issue we need to engage the Interreligious Council, make sure that wherever they are preaching, they should not look at people who are living with HIV as sinners, as the most sinners. They are human beings, and with other preachers, they begin even judging cases against the clients. Number two, on the Ministry of Health, our clients need support, more especially in the COVID season. We have taken along, because HIV and TB, they are almost brothers and sisters. The X-ray in Bundibugyo General Hospital has taken long without function. You find someone who fails even to go to Fort Portal for X-ray services. The scan has taken almost 4 years when it is not functioning. Then this machine, or the CD4 machine, the viral load, and other things, you find that the service delivery, people want service delivery, but the services are not in the general hospital in the district. And we don't know whether the Minister of Health has the supervision to check whether the X-ray is functioning, the scan is functioning, so that people can get support. Finally, on the rehabilitation centers at the general hospitals, it is true many people go there, but these health workers who work on mental cases, they don't have enough equipment to work on the people who need the services. So those are the things we need, but TASO and UNFPA are helping the cultural institution to disseminate information about HIV and AIDS, to prevent new cases, and to support those people living with HIV to go for their drugs all the time. Thank you very much. I remain Reverend Kamanda Thomas, the Deputy Prime Minister of Kenya.
Thank you. Let's just have Hillary ask his question very quickly. And I think if we can just have, probably Dr. Mudiopi can answer most of what has been raised. And there's one question for Canon. And then we'll quickly turn it over because it's really getting late. I'm really concerned.
Thank you so much, Doctor. My name is Nwamanya Hillary Sekauka, the Mr. White President 2019. During the COVID-19, my question will go to Ministry of Health, but it will come in form of a recommendation. During the COVID-19, as young people, we are busy toiling with bicycles to deliver medicines to our fellow young people in all weather conditions. And we really observed, I personally observed that we've really had support systems set at the facility level, and of which it's good. But you notice that during the COVID-19 period, young people have not been converging at the healthy facility. We've been taking medicines to their homes. Some have been meeting them in places where they feel like they are convenient. But however, we really, this is a call to all of us, the stakeholders and government still. We really need to go back to the community and visit to the communities where young people living with HIV and people living with HIV stay. We are talking about families. Families have been also a trigger to internal stigma when it comes to people living with HIV. We've been having situations whereby a young person that is living with HIV will come to a facility and talk to a fellow young person, and things will calm down in a bit. But when they go back home, families are not sensitized on how they can really live with people living with HIV and how the best support they can really give. So my question will go to Mr. Mudiope and Mrs. Dora as a representative from the CSO. Can we, shall we ever see a partnership between the government and the CSOs and how we can really strengthen families in terms of supporting people living with HIV? Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll turn it over to Dr. Mudiope. I think you have there's a question for you, and there's a question quickly for
Thank
Dora,
you,
and then
Madam
turn it
Chair.
over to the chair.
Yeah, most of the questions they have asked me are for noting and following up, like the individual question. So I would think that let me follow up on them. Other particular ones, I think maybe they look to be like which we can talk of there. Thank you.
Same with me, partnership with government to support families. I think we passed it to USC. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead really fast. Or you can just speak from your, I think you have a microphone in front. Or you can start speaking and then the microphone will come. Thank you. And I think Moses Supercharger, your proposals are noted.
Yeah.
I do want to thank the panelists here. I think it was a very good discussion. I know we could go for much longer. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. And if I can just turn it over to the chair of the session. I hope she can allow me to chair one day because I think I've gone way too much over time.
Thank you, thank you. We need to appreciate you, Chair Dr. Karusa. A round of applause for Dr. Karusa and the panelists for an excellent discussion. Although we were running behind time, this is really an important session. So we allowed an opportunity, and I hope we can follow through with some of the issues that we were not able to address immediately. We now have some really exciting pieces coming to us, a poem and two beautiful songs. Please don't leave. You need to experience this. And for those online, please keep with us as well. Let's hear the poem from Mr. Aloysius Matovu, and then we'll move on to the songs from Levikson and Mr. Moses Matovu. Mr. Aloysius Matovu, you're very welcome to give us the poem. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't breathe, but I will try. Philip Bongole Lutaaya, a friend. We worked together. Even during his trial times, we remained friends. When he crossed over, we are still friends. And I see Tesla as Philly in my life. the Philip Bongle Lutaaya legacy lives on. And now we are looking at HIV vis-a-vis COVID-19. Okay, let's go. A fresh bride. A fresh bride, all attributes endowed, understandably distracts our hubby's attention, trickling his passionate, lustful desires, rendering us secondary to nearmost irrelevancy, as old bonds for fresh tonic in their bonds do yearn, betraying matrimonial loyalty to inaccessibility of services prescribed, prone hence to nightmarish stigma and discrimination. But for him, about him, against him, selflessness was selfishness, hurting his own for the better good of others, justifying the means by the end. The cross to martyrdom, an insurmountable tall order. His heroism is never paralleled. His bravery weighed certainty against doubt, like a humble lamb leading itself to slaughterhouse. At full-blown AIDS, a scary tourist attraction, at farthest distance, ridiculing today's social distancing. What he saw, what he noted, the negative reception in some circles, he appreciated as he nosedived into hostile territory. So far had he waded, neither retreat nor surrender could have turned blood into milk, sand into sugar, ash into salt, urea into wine, hostility into hospitality. So, within, his spirit sang, onward Christian soldier Philly, march through the conglomeration of wars in solitude, marginalization, discrimination, hate, distaste, and nightmare. But the inner him persisted. Do not waver, Stalefile. Keep your eyes on the prize. Your legacy will forever live. Your close ones will meet the costs and pay the price as collateral damage, but only for a while, because effect of infection affects the innocent. Then it becomes another normal, and the world will forever invoke you for courage, determination, and direction. Each and every other year, just like Christmas, you will always be celebrated. And my daily prayer to the vicars of God who are closer to God, please appreciate and approve Philly's saintly act. As many testify and bear witness that because of you, Philip Bongole Lutaaya, we still live a luta continua style. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's really excellent and brilliant. We are now moving to Levikson. Welcome, welcome. We are all ready for you.
Thank you so much again. This next song I'm going to do, it's called More Blessing. And I pray for a big blessing for each and everybody in this house.
My blessings everywhere. Blessing follow me.
Everybody, let's go. Like this, everybody. Share.
Your blessings all I need.
Yeah.
Blessings come from me.
Okay. Hold on up. Run it again. Sorry about that. The devil is alive. Hallelujah. I pray for a blessing in your family and everything you do. May the Almighty bless you all.
My blessings everywhere.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh, oh.
Blessing follow me.
Oh, no, no.
Your blessings all I need. Blessings come from me.
Olunakuno waketera ngamwebazisa nawe birido obimanyinyera mutegeera nnyo yegwe yansuubizayo buli kye ndikwatako kiraba omukisa kitange era nansuubizaayo niwe ndirinya nga wompaddewo omukwano kalifuluma bimugumu kuba wasoseeyo ab'emitima batega mukwano tebamanyi nti twabaguddemu kala kolimira oyankolimira abigwebuye ebitimba bakimanye ennimye yaisonyo. I'm blessed, living a gentle, more blessings.
My blessings everywhere.
More blessings again now.
Blessings follow me.
More blessings again.
Your blessings all I need.
More
blessings come from me.
I believe in you. Every good and perfect gift in you comes from you. Yeah. Kana bengalo. Wita kumanda. Taukanya na babatasibai. My provider. Angata na babazibai. Yeah. Kalifuluma kwano. Dimukumu manja wasoseyo. Abemitimba mateka tange. Ibamanyi kwa kulemu. Ndono tulwana. Let's sing, everybody can say more blessings. Let's go. More blessings. Come on, everybody. 1, 2, 3. More blessings. Sing along. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. More blessings. Let's sing louder. Let's get an outfit dream. Sing for them, everybody. Let's 1, 2, 3. Daddy, omukisa gogaba tebakuloka, tebakunyaga, tebakufera ne bano abafezi b'emmanyi tebakufera no. Yaboyi, omukisa gwagaba tebakuloka, tebakunyaga, tebakufera ne bano abafezi b'emmanyi tebakufera no. Sing along, sing along. Omukisa gwagaba tebakuloga, tebakunyaga, tebakufera ne bano abafezi b'emmanyi. Sing together, everybody, let's go. Oh. More blessings, blessings everywhere. More blessings, blessings come for me. More blessings, your blessings all I need. Blessings come for me. Olunakulu no lwakedera nga nkwebaziza newe biri bino obimanyi nyera ngotegeera nnyo yegwe yasuubiza
buli kye ndikwatako kiraba mukiza kitange era nasuubizaayi buli we ndirinya nga ompadde mu mukwano kale nfuluma ndi mugumu kuba wansoseeyo ab'ebitimba bategaayi tebamanyi titwabaguddemu kala nkolimiro yankolimira abigwemu y'ebitimba. God bless you so much. Thank you again. Is the music playing?
Thank you
All right.
for the blessings. Appreciate the blessings everywhere. We now have our last song from Mr. Moses Matovu. Is Mr. Moses Matovu still around? Okay, great. Let's welcome Mr. Moses Matovu as he comes up to give us our last song before we wrap up and go for lunch. Welcome. Thank you.
Say hello, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello, hello. Hello. Check it. We are happy to be here, and we are happy to work with the legend. This is Jehovah Shalom a cappella, guys. The finalist East Africa Got Talent, and we happen to be the High People a cappella Music Awards 2020. And so the a cappella guys, we perform on different occasions. In all occasions that we come and bless your function. We are happy to be part of this occasion, and may God bless everybody here. Out of somewhere, alone and frightened, oh, the darkness, the days are long, and life is hiding, no more making contact, no more love thrown around my neck.
Take my hand now, lead me to tired and lonely, give me love, give me hope, don't desert me, don't reject me, all I need is love and understanding.
You can sing along.
Today it's me, tomorrow someone else. It's me and you, we've got to stand up and fight. We're shedding light in the fight against AIDS. Let's come on up, let's fight together. Fight AIDS in times of joy, in times of sorrow. Let's take a stand and fight on to the end. With open hands, let's stand out and speak out to the world. We'll save some lives, save the children of the world. Today it's me, tomorrow someone else. It's me and you, we've got to stand in times of sorrow. Let's take a stand and fight on to the end with open heart. Let's stand out and speak out to the world. We'll save some lives, save the children of the world.
Okay, due to public demand, we can repeat that song, Ejali, Omubezi, right?
Eyo kyali omubezi kyali anindiridde sitya oba kizikiza. Tugende nyumba etusinze ng'abaana batusooka atudde mu nyumba ye alamula. Amulise ekkubo lyange ne bwe natambulanga sitya oba kizikiza. Awulire ebizibu byange bwe mbangudde mu binnya sebusebu anansitula. Katuyimbe ennyimba ezimusinza tuyimuse emitima gyali. Awulire okusaba kwange kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga. Katuyimbe ennyimba ezimusinza okusaba kwange kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo nze mwesiga. Ffe tugende mu nyumba yetusinze gyali omusumba waffe okusaba kwaffe yakuwulira. Tugende mu nyumba yetuyimbe kugamba Yesu gyali. Sitya ebyensi bitono nnyo tufukamire tumutenderezenga tumusabe alemo tuleka okufa tekuntise kuba Yesu ye gyali. Sebo yakuwangula. Katuyimbe ennyimba ezimusinza tulimuse mitima jali. Okusaba kwaffe Mukama Yesu gyali sebo nze mwesiga Mukama Yesu gyali sebo nze mwesiga.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. So we have come to an end of a really exciting celebration of the works and the contribution of the late Philly Lutaaya. To the family, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for carrying on this legacy. And to all of us that have been here for this entire morning, thank you so much. First of all, for being a part of the fight against HIV, for your contributions today towards how we can do away with stigma against HIV, to the promises and opportunities that we have had from all of you. It's been 30 years since this journey began through the late Philly Bongole Lutaaya, a very long time, but we still talk about stigma. It's such a huge problem still, although we've made a lot of progress, as you have heard from everybody that spoke today. But we are encouraged because we also had there are opportunities to actually deal with it. And we have heard what we can do, right from the individual level to the communities, and to all of us wherever we are, to our friends in the media. You have a big contribution to make, as you heard from the submissions. Our colleagues within the judiciary, the public prosecution we had today, and we all learned so much about what they do and what they can also contribute to this. All of us have a role to play. And if we can just pick this, and if each of us can do our part before the next celebration, so that we can count our benefits and all that we have achieved from today when we next meet to celebrate this legacy again, that will really be brilliant, so that we are counting the additional steps that we have made. But as we conclude, let's also remember that we are still struggling with COVID. You might not have seen, but I was telling our colleagues, could you please keep apart a bit more when they were together, although we were enjoying the music, because COVID is real. COVID is real. When you hear that there are more than 3,000 Ugandans with active infections, just know that there might be 30,000 out there, because at this stage of the epidemic, we are only picking the tip of the iceberg. So as we fight HIV, let's also fight COVID. Let's end COVID so that we are not distracted from the fight against HIV, so that we are not distracted from other health conditions that we are struggling with. And at this stage of the epidemic, it's you and me. Don't even talk about the government all the time. Wear your mask. I saw a lot of colleagues struggling with their masks here. I struggle with mine as well, but I think it's better for me to wear it now than wear it when I'm sick, if I can do something. And if you have your mask on your chin, it's not helping you. Cover your nose, cover your mouth, and when you're speaking, that's when you need it the most, to protect those around you. And when they are speaking, that's when they need it the most to protect you. So let's do our part as we end this celebration And let's protect ourselves and our communities from COVID so that we can live to the next generation, celebration the coming year. Thank you so much once again. I'm told there is lunch, so please don't leave without lunch for those of you who are here. And for those who have been watching us online, thank you so much for keeping with us until we see you again at the next celebration. Thank you.
Define the health of a family. Mommy and daddy, we the youth should close the tap. New infections, no more death. In Uganda, related to HIV. Together we win as youth in fighting HIV. Together we win as men. Everything we can do. Define the health of a family. Mommy and daddy, we the youth should close the tap. New infections, no more death. In Uganda, related to HIV. Together we win as youth in fighting HIV. Together we win as men. Everything we can do.
AIDS is still with us, and Uganda has 1,000 new infections and 500 deaths every week. The estimated total number of people living with HIV is 1.4 million.
We had relaxed when it had come down, but I think we should go back. Because now we have a chance to completely defeat it. So we should talk more.
As a leader, I pledge to support the struggle against HIV/AIDS in Uganda.
I pledge support to ending HIV/AIDS by 2030.
Join the effort to end AIDS in Uganda by 2030.